I already know I'm the greatest, and I'm keeping that in mind. That gold is coming straight back to me.
I can do anything because I'm built for it, I'm born for it. I'm here because I can do it.
All the hard work's paid off. We don't come to take part, we come to take over.
Hello and a very warm welcome to the first ever World Boxing Under-19 World Championships. What a pleasure it is to be here. My name is Dan Rees and I'm joined by David Austin. We are so excited about this. There are some magnificent fighters who are a part of this event. We have got the privilege of being here, being ringside, painting the picture, bringing the colour and bringing it all to life. And today we're going to be telling you the story of what this event has brought together so far and what the next few days look like. Are you excited about it?
I am excited. Coming on the heels of the Olympics to have an event like this, 31 countries represented right here for this. You could not have predicted how great this is going to be. I can't wait to see what comes next.
Let's get into the weight categories and the brackets. Let's kick things off with the women's 48 kilos. Now, Ruby White of England is one half of the final. She beat both Thailand and Canada via RSC. And on the other side of the draw is Chen Chao Chowdhury from India, who had a walkover against USA and then beat Australia on points. David, when it gets to this weight category, they're fast, aren't they? And it really is marginal stuff.
It is, you're right, they are. And when you look at this, you talk to any of these boxers, they'll tell you, you have a boxer that has a walkover. Everybody wants to move on. But when you ask a boxer, down to a person, they want to advance in the ring. And sometimes it's an advantage when you have an opportunity to do that. And you get in there with someone who's coming off 2 consecutive stops, that's something to think about. Looking forward, I can't wait to see.
Next up is the women's 51 kilogram final. On one side of the final, it's India's Nishas, who beat Italy and USA on points to get her ticket to the final. And then on the other side, the finalist is England's Alice Pumphrey, who beat Switzerland on points and then Germany via RSC. Next up is the women's 54 kilogram final. One half of the final will be Supriya Devi Thokchom, who beat the Netherlands, Canada and Ukraine on points. And then the other side is Caitlin Wise, who had a bye and then beat a USA fighter, followed by a fighter from Brazil to book her ticket to the final. Now for the women's 57 kilogram final. One half of the draw, it's Tia May Ayton from England, who beat a fighter from the Philippines in her first bout. She then beat a fighter from New Zealand, with the referee stopping the contest. The other half of the final, Anjali Kumari Singh from India, who beat a fighter from the Czech Republic on points, and then beat a fighter from Japan to book her place in the final. Moving on to the women's 60 kilogram final. One half of that final is England's Ella Lonsdale, who got a bye to the semi-final and then beat a Team USA fighter on points. The other half of that final is Vinny from India. She beat a fighter from Sweden and then a fighter from Australia via points. Moving on to the women's 65 kilogram final. First up, it's Aliyah Hopper from the Netherlands, and her opponent in the opposite corner will be India's Parthavi Goel. David, what do you read into this one?
Well, all brackets aren't created equal, obviously, and so you have a bracket where there were fewer people and only 6 boxers competing in this bracket, so there's an opportunity to not be as worn down as you would in other tournaments. I think that'll serve both boxers well, and I look for an exciting bout.
Moving on to the women's 70 kilogram final. Only 3 fighters make up this category. India's Akansha Falaswal got a bye through to the final. and England's Lily Deacon, who is the other half of that final, had to beat Italy's Giulia Molinaro on points to make it to that final bout. Next up, it's the women's 75 kilogram final. 4 fighters in this category. The final has ended up with Germany's Lorika Simon beating a fighter from Canada on points to book her ticket in the final place. And the other side of a draw is India's Krisha Verma, who beat a fighter from New Zealand on points to book her spot in the final as well. Now it's time for the women's 80 kilogram category. An interesting one, this, David, because there's only 2 fighters in this and neither of them have fought yet. So India's Kritika Wasan versus Czech Republic's Stella Blazkova. When you've come to a tournament like this and you're in a final and you haven't boxed yet, it must be a bit of a strange one for the fighters.
It certainly can be. If you've had an opportunity to speak to any boxer, they'll tell you, a lot of times you often hear them say, oh, I won that bout in the gym. I won it in my preparation. Well, if there's truth to any of that, we'll find out in a bout like this, not having gotten in the ring all week. Everybody's fresh. The tank is full. How they prepared for this tournament, how they prepared to be here is going to determine everything.
And finally, on the women's side of this event, 2 fighters, again, in the 80-plus kilogram category. India's Vanshika Goswami versus Germany's Victoria Gatt. A similar scenario. What more can you say? I'm sure you can come up with something.
Well, I tell you what I like about this is the category that is in the 80-plus, and and we know that the larger boxers, the heavier categories, they do it a little bit different, and so you want to be around for one like this. And power is not something that we talk about a lot when it comes to the female division, but they definitely have it, and you'll see it on display in this bout.
So that wraps up the women's side of this competition. Now, David, we move on to the men's side of it, and what an eventful side we have, kicking things off in the 50 kilogram category. Now, on one half of the bill, we've got Germany's Mohamed Al Manucci, who faces a fighter from the USA, Lorenzo Patricio. Now, I know that you're aware of Patricio, who's from Hawaii and part of the fighting family. What do you read into this one?
Well, I tell you what, it's going to be fun. You have a situation, in Al Manucci, an individual who started really strong in this tournament with a stoppage, and then 2 very good victories on points after that, taking on a kid in Patricio that is part of a boxing family. I would say a boxing history and tradition at this point with what the Patricio family represents in Hawaii. You hear them talk about how much family is a part of it, and we travel as a team the entire island, and it's going to mean a lot. You saw Patricio early in the tournament tough his way through a very difficult bout where there were a couple of takedowns in the bout. He had a point taken away from him, but was able to grit it and gut it out and get that victory. That's what the Patricios are about. You see that boxing style on display in this final. I look forward to this one.
Now moving on to the men's 55 kilogram final. The first half of this final is Team USA's Emmanuel Chance, who beat Brazil, Kazakhstan and India to get there. The other side of this final is Japan's Fuma Kumamoto, who beat Germany, New Zealand and Wales to become a finalist. Now for the men's 60 kilogram final. One half of this final comes from Thailand in our Pichit Zempi, and the other half is Japan's Yuga Fujiki. Now for the men's 65 kilogram category. The first fighter in this final is Kazakhstan's Asilkon Koshibai, who beat the Czech Republic via RSC, followed by the USA and Ukraine on points. The other side is Cooper McConnell from Australia, who beat Kyrgyz Republic, Brazil and then Wales to book his ticket to the final. Now it's time for the men's 70 kilogram final. The first finalist from Brazil is Gabriel Dias dos Santos, who beat New Zealand and South Korea on points and then beat Australia via RSC in the semi-final. The second finalist is England's John Joe Carrigan, who beat Latvia via RSC, followed by 2 good points wins against Italy and then India. Next up, it's the men's 75 kilogram final, which is made up of Team USA's Joseph Awinongia, and he will fight India's Rahul Kundu. a fight I'm sure you're looking forward to, David.
I'm absolutely looking forward to this one. In the one corner, you're going to have Kundu, a guy that, let's be honest, the Indian contingent that has come here to take part in this tournament has been impressive. So there is that. You hear him in the building when the boxers are in the ring, and this young man got a stoppage in the semifinal, so he's gotten stronger as the tournament has gone on. And in the other corner, you see a guy who is growing into be, just a monster in the ring. You know, he's the son of a former professional boxer, and just the support that this young man has is great as well. But when you see JoJo in the ring, he is becoming a physical specimen, and he's understanding how to use that power. He's already had a stoppage in this tournament and a 5-0 victory. He has been dominant, and that's going to come together in this bout, and I want to see this one. You want to see this one. Everybody wants to see this one.
Now it's time for the men's 80 kilogram final. The first finalist is Latvia's Nikita Prohovskis, who beat Australia via RSC, and then the Czech Republic via points. The second finalist is Team USA's Elijah Lugo, who beat Italy via RSC, followed by a points win against Germany. Another fight which I'm guessing and I'm getting the vibrations that you're excited for it.
I am excited for this. I tell you what, I want to see obviously what Prohovskis brings, into this contest, because everybody's been watching Elijah Lugo. This is a young man who exactly where you stand with him, and he tells you, I come to be dominant, I come to win, I come to beat you, and he's shown that he's capable of doing that. And so I don't know, what do you call fireworks, where you're from?
Yeah, well, I use fireworks.
Okay, I tell you, we're going to have those, in this contest. Elijah Lugo comes forward. He comes to take care of business. Prohovskis is going to meet him right in the middle of that ring, and you don't want to blink in this one. It could be a short night for one of them.
Now for the men's 85 kilogram final, and Kazakhstan's Daniel Raimbekov will fight Wales's Daniel Thomas Pitt. Now, Daniel Thomas Pitt had one seriously tough fight against India to get to this final, didn't he?
He did. He had a tough bout, and that's the description that you get from anyone who saw the bout on that day of competition. So here we are going into the finals, and that can go one of two ways. It can take a lot out of you, or it can help strengthen your resolve. It can get you ready for those finals. And having that test, I believe that's what it's going to do for Pitt. I believe that Raimbekov is going to see the best of Daniel Pitt tomorrow.
And Raimbekov has said, the Kazakhs, they're here for gold, aren't they? And they mean business.
Well, as one of the things that you take from these international competitions, right? The country, the pride, better than anything else, it's that. And this is an Olympic level type of competition. And Raimbekov has said it. We are here for gold and nothing less. And that decisive victory on yesterday is an example of that.
Now for the men's 90 kilogram final. First finalist is Team USA's Rashawn Sims, who beat Germany and New Zealand on points to book his place in the final. And the second finalist is from India, Hemant Sangwan, who beat both Italy and South Korea on points to be a finalist as well. And our final category is the men's 90 plus kilogram category, and it's a final between Lee Kon-hee from South Korea and Leo Atang from England. Now, Leo Atang is a fighter who is making a lot of noise in this division.
He is, and when you hear people talk about Atang, they say all of the other things when you talk about someone that you expect to be great. He's the next big thing. He's the real deal. We say things like that, and he's proven that he is, and so we expect him to come out, and be tough. But one of the things that we've heard this week is we've heard the team from England talk about the altitude and how difficult it is, can be, here, in this region. And so with that, I would imagine that comes into play at some point, possibly, if this goes a long way.
Okay, well that brings this section to a close for the men's and women's section. Some fantastic fights coming up, and I know that you're looking forward to many of them, but any standouts for you, anything which is really tickling your fancy, as we say in England?
Well, all of it is, as a matter of fact, when you look at what we have, we're talking about the first ever under-19 international tournament. It is amazing. 31 countries represented. That alone has already been a success. 2 days of championships to be decided coming up. You couldn't ask for any more than that right there. Of course I'm excited. I think we all are.
With this being such a prestigious event and the first ever under-19 World Championships coming under World Boxing, there's been a lot of developing and some important developing as well. So let's hear from the president of World Boxing, Boris van der Voort.
The mission of World Boxing is to keep boxing at the heart of the Olympic movement and to keep the Olympic dream alive for every boxer in every gym in the world. Since it was launched in April 2023, World Boxing has achieved an enormous amount and established itself as a credible organization that operates according to the principles of integrity, honesty, and excellence. So has World Boxing this week announced that it has more than 50 member national federations covering all 5 continents in the world. And in November 2023, World Boxing held its inaugural congress with transparent and fair elections. And with our national federations, World Boxing is delivering a calendar of high-quality competitions. World Boxing has commercial partnerships with Nike Boxing and Sting, for example. And on May 2024, this year, World Boxing held its first informal meeting with the IOC and is working on a pathway to see boxing as returned to the program of LA 2028. World Boxing has set up an Olympic Commission chaired by the president of the Olympic Committee of Kazakhstan, Gennady Golovkin, for the recognition part of World Boxing. And World Boxing has support from key stakeholders and influential people within the sport. And recently, the former world heavyweight champion Vladimir Klitschko announced his support for World Boxing. And World Boxing is also giving athletes a voice. Leading boxers such as Paris Olympians Tamara Thibault and Caitlin Parker and Tokyo medalist Lauren Price and Richard Torres Jr. are part of its athletes committee. Since July 2023, World Boxing and its members have staged numerous high-quality events in the USA, for example, Finland, Czechia, Germany, England and the Netherlands, which have all received excellent feedback. We are now staging our first global championships in the USA, and we have recently announced that our first Elite World Championships will be held in England, in Liverpool, in September 2025. So put it already in your agenda. The integrity of the sport is a priority. The hand of the best boxer must always be raised, and World Boxing is in the process of developing a new technical official certification process, and which eventually all technical officials will have to go through to officiate at World Boxing events. We are also exploring new technologies that can, for example, for evaluating of bouts. My message to national federations who have not yet joined World Boxing is that the boxing competition at Paris 2024 demonstrated why it's important that boxing remains a part of the Olympic movement. Very few sports have an athlete that is so diverse of boxing. 24 men and women from 68 countries took part in the competition at Paris 2024. The first ever Olympic medal won by a refugee was in the boxing competition of Paris 2024. And many of the most famous names in the history of the sports began their careers at the Olympic Games and include Clarence Shield, Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, Sugar Ray Leonard, Floyd Mayweather, Vladimir Klitschko, Alexander Usyk. And we have already announced that World Boxing has more than 50 members, which is a fantastic achievement. We invite you to join our movement and create a legacy that we keep boxing in the Olympic movement. Thank you.
We've spoken about the magnitude of this event, how much it means to the people involved, what it can do for them. And somebody who has won 2 World Championships is Jaira Gonzalez, and I caught up with her earlier on today. Jaira Gonzalez, Paris 2024 Olympian, 2 times youth world champion. And here we are in the World Championships youth ring. Does it bring any memories back? Anything come flooding into your minds when you stand here in the middle of this ring with a microphone this time, not with boxing gloves on?
Kind of, but not really, because I'm not competing. But I think just when I first walked into the arena, it kind of was just like, okay, this is pretty cool. But also I think it's because it's not like in a different country, which is, I think, kind of convenient for our USA fighters because, you know, you get to have your family out. But just looking at the environment and seeing everything, it's a great setup. It just kind of reminds me a little bit of how I was feeling when I was in these other countries. And I think not even that, I kind of wish that one of my world tournaments was in the United States.
So these tournaments are massive, and the experience is invaluable, isn't it? What did you gain from the 2 World Championships which you were involved in and you won? There must have been lots of stuff which you took away from that.
Really, I think the most important thing was kind of just the confidence of winning back-to-back. And also, I think it's great that as a youth, I was able to see the style of a lot of different countries. And that kind of prepared me too. Even though it was youth and elite are 2 very different things. I think the competition is different as well. But it did help me see other countries and how they train and things like that.
So one of the things which I've noticed being around these championships is the emotions which are involved. So you see the elation of those who have won, and then you see the sadness and the body language of those who have lost. What will they be feeling? What sort of emotions go through your body when you're involved in something of this magnitude?
I think a lot of fighters are probably a little bit nervous and they feel like there's a lot of pressure, which is understandable. I think for my first world tournament ever, I was feeling like that. But I think once you get through that first round of the tournament, that first fight, it's kind of just like, it's natural. It comes natural to you. It's just like any other fight. You're in there against another opponent and you just have to be better. As far as the losses, it hurts, but I think it should kind of motivate a person to work harder instead of just giving up and things like that. Because I think that was one of my mistakes as well, where I was just kind of feeling sorry for myself. But I think as I continued to win these world championships, it was more so, like I say, that confidence where I was just ready to get in there and prove that I was still number 1 back to back.
And what about the camaraderie? Because one of the lovely things which you see with these type of events and these championships is you're all in it together, and your teammates are there and they're screaming for you. And whether you win or you lose, when you go back, how important are having your teammates and your coaches and the people closest to you around?
I think it's very important. I think it would kind of help with the nerves, but also it's good to be able to hear your teammates and your family members. To me personally, it's kind of motivating to me. And also, you know, just that support system where you're not by yourself or feeling like you're alone. Yes, you are in the ring. But like I said, me personally, when I'm in there and I can hear my teammates cheering and just kind of telling me what to throw, and I can actually listen and hear what they're saying and I do it, it's a great feeling. You know, you have to have that support system.
So when you come to these type of events, these type of championships, we all learn from our mistakes, and I'm sure that you've learned lots along your journey. So what sort of advice would you give to those who are striving to be a gold medalist in an event like this?
I think my best advice would be to just go in there and have fun. You know, like I said, just treat it like another sparring day. Treat it like another fight. Yes, it's a huge tournament, but don't let your nerves get to you. Just like I said, go in there, have fun, do what you do, and prove to be what you are, and that's the best.
Any preparation that you would, before a fighter comes to the ring, before they get that call to say you're up next, is there any advice that you'd give to those fighters to kind of calm those nerves and try and enjoy it and try and treat it like a sparring session? Because it's one thing saying it, isn't it? And then when that call comes, that's when the heart starts to beat, isn't it?
Right. I think, you know, it's kind of hard for me to say because, like I said, for me, like, I never get nervous. You know, I'm in there and I'm eager to get in there. And I think one of the biggest things that helped me too is I always kind of tell myself, like, this is what I've been training for. This is what I sacrificed family time for, being away from family, certain events that I wanted to go to and I couldn't because I'm training, certain foods. I guess just kind of put all that into your mind and think you're here for a reason, you know, especially those going into the finals. You got this far, you finish it, you know?
And what's that feeling like, whether you win or you lose afterwards? What goes through your mind and your body after that? It must be a real mix of emotions.
Definitely a mix. To me, it never really hits me right then and there. I think it hits me after, you know, I get my medal and I sit back and, you know, I'm kind of like by myself and I'm quiet and I'm like, dang, I really did this. But just feeling proud and just knowing that everything that you went through in camp and, you know, leading up to camp and whether you had injuries or not and you pushed through, I think everyone should be proud of themselves regardless of the outcome.
I think that's a good point as well, isn't it? Because look, these are world championships.
Right.
And the fact that the fighters are here is massive, isn't it? Regardless of how far you get into this event or if you get to the final or not, it's an enormous achievement, isn't it? The fact that they're here and they're boxing in this ring to people all around the globe. Yeah,
for sure. It's huge because, you know, there's other people in these weight classes that would love to be here and they didn't get chosen. So the fact that everyone that's here is here competing, that's a big enough of an accomplishment, regardless of how it goes for them.
Well, thanks very much for your time today. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here, the first ever World Boxing Under-19 World Championships.
It's a pleasure to be here. I had fun. I can't wait to see the competition.
World boxing can't stress enough how important events like this are to the world of Olympic boxing. And to that end, World Boxing has partnered with individuals like Gennady Golovkin in furthering our efforts to continue boxing in the Olympics. And now you get a chance to hear in his own words, Gennady Golovkin, why he has partnered with World Boxing and his message to the boxing world.
Well, thanks for sitting down with me today. This is an important moment for boxing as it currently sits on the outside looking in for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics. You've joined up with World Boxing to help save Olympic boxing and the Olympic dreams of boxers around the world. What does the Olympic dream mean to boxers around the world?
Oh, it's probably my first answer. It's a lot. A lot, because this is dream. This is dream for young fighters, you know, because boxing has a long traditional, long history. If you take right now from Olympic, you know, we lose this sport. Probably we lose this sport.
You talked about the history of boxing. It's been in every Olympic Games since 1904. What would the Olympic Games be missing by not including boxing?
You know, for me and for people, boxing, it's probably it's life. Somebody call like, no boxing, no life. And if we lost boxing, we probably lost so many people. We lost fans base, you know, like we lost special people who really support, who really love boxing. It's a lot, trust me. I know so many people from all world who support boxing, who love boxing. If we lost boxing in the Olympic game, probably we lost sport.
You've been an instrumental part of boxing in Kazakhstan and across the world. What is it about World Boxing that made you want to join in their mission of saving Olympic boxing?
I think right now we have a view, you know, for future, for boxing, for future, for new generation, for athletes. It's very important right now time for everybody. If you want to stay in the Olympic game, especially for Olympic game, you need to go to World Boxing. Because right now it's a very interesting situation for all athletes. Just my point, if you want to go to Olympic game, you need to stay with World Boxing.
What is your message to the national federations who have yet to join World Boxing?
We need to stay together. Together, because if we stay together, we have a power. You know, we really support boxing. You know, not just business or something, you know. We bring boxing position back in the Olympic game, you know, like in the world. It's very important for athletes, you know, not just for company or for somebody, for everybody. We need to stay all together.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, David, it's time to look at some of the high performers of this competition.
Yes.
And there really has been some seriously high-performing fighters in the first ever World Boxing Under-19 World Championships, may I add. And the first one we're going to have a look at here is England's Ruby White.
Oh, Ruby White. I tell you what I love about Ruby White. She is a boxer that does not waste an opportunity. You'll see when she gets close to her opponent, she lets her hands go, and she's looking for a place to land that big right hand, which she has done countless number of times. And in this tournament this week, where you take some of the best boxers from around the globe, and she's gotten 2 stops just this week, she does not play around. When she gets close, watch out.
She's relentless as well, isn't
That
she?
is exactly what she is.
It's a non-stop pressure, and she looks like she's enjoying herself every moment that she's in there as well.
I would agree with that. Like I said, she doesn't waste an opportunity and has a chin on her as well. So there's a lot to deal with when she's coming forward. I love Ruby White.
Next up, David, is Australia's Cooper McConnell.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to keep this simple. There's lots to like about him, isn't there?
There's a lot to love about Cooper McConnell. One of the things that you're going to see when you watch a guy like him is that he is fundamentally sound. He doesn't make mistakes, but what he does is he has a little bit of everything, and he's able to use that to take advantage of your mistakes. This is an individual who's had 3 bouts during this tournament this week, and so that means he's had to win in different ways, each bout on points. So whatever you aren't, that's what he is, and I think that's great. This is a guy in his first tournament on the international stage who says he's here to stay, right? We talked about it earlier. It's a passing of the torch. And so this young man wants to plant his flag and stake his claim to his place in the international competition, and he has all the tools to do it. I love me some McConnell. Cooper.
Now, the next fighter, which we're going to have a look at, is England's Caitlin Wise, who is the opposite of a pressure fighter. She's a counter-puncher, isn't she? And a very good one at that.
Well, I tell you what, Wise is a perfect name for this young lady because she boxes so intelligently. She has a lot of range, she has those long arms, and she does what a lot of boxers don't do, is she maintains that distance. She uses that, and I tell you what, one of the things I really love about her is that Thomas Hearns, you heard it, that Thomas Hitman Hearns shotgun right hand that she throws because of that height advantage. So your hands are full when you're in there with someone like this young lady. I like what she does. She also is willing to bang with you as well, and she makes you pay a toll for crossing that bridge with those long arms. I love Caitlin Wise.
Well, Caitlin Wise is clearly a very good fighter. In the opposite corner in that final is India's Supriya Devi Bokchom, who is a pressure fighter, the opposite of a counter puncher. So that makes a great match, doesn't it?
It does. You hear it all the time. Styles makes fights, and that's exactly what this is right here. What I love about Bokchom, this young lady has had 3 bouts this week, so she's certainly proven her mettle in this competition. But beyond that, really quickly, just about how the competition level is so high in this tournament, where we have these 2 outstanding boxers from this tournament this week that are ending up in the finals against one another. And Bokchom is a southpaw, which makes life difficult already. But she likes to mix it up. She likes to get inside. She will sell out to come forward. Doesn't mind. She'll trade you 2 for 1 just to get in there and make something happen. She wants it to be a fight, and that's something that she's going to have her hands full with Caitlin Wise, and this is going to be so much fun to watch. I can't wait.
Me neither. Our next fighter is Wales's Daniel Thomas Pitt, who, let me tell you, knows how to dig deep and when to do it, doesn't he?
He absolutely does. I love Pitt as well. This is a guy, who comes in, he's already a lefty. That's a problem as well. But one of the things that he does very well with being a lefty, he likes to maintain and control the distance. He stays on his toes. He moves a lot for a big guy. So he forces you to expend energy that you don't want to expend. And what that does is it allows him to have the success that he has had getting those decisions and taking his opponent into that deep water. I think he does a great job of doing that. He's done it so far in this tournament. So far, so good. He's in the finals. I can't wait.
Our next fighter is Kazakhstan's Asilkhan Kosherbai, who has got an aggressive style, to say the least.
I tell you what, he does. I love Kosherbai. This is a young man, another southpaw that gets in there and makes it difficult already, and he tries to control that distance with that lead foot, so you have to watch out for that. But the body work with the left hand, the hook to the body, he makes dedicated work to the body. He wants to wear you out and wear you down. It's going to be a great bout. And he's in there with a guy, and Cooper McConnell, we've talked about him already as one of the outstanding boxers, is going to be great. But how about doing this in the finals with a chance at the gold in the first ever under-19 tournament in front of a legend? Triple G is going to be here at ringside. Of course he wants to do it. I want him to do it. You want him to do it. I can't wait to see it.
Now in the men's 75 kilogram category, Team USA's Joseph Awinonga. He's got a bit of everything, hasn't he?
He absolutely does. I tell you what, I remember a time when he looked small walking to the ring with his father. That time is no more. His heavyweight professional dad now does not look large walking next to his son. JoJo is an intelligent young man out of the ring, already almost a college grad. The humanitarian projects that they have, you know, in the native country, continent of Africa, and he has power for days. This is a young man that is almost frightening with the amount of things that he has done and the potential to do in and out of the ring. I cannot wait to see JoJo in action.
So that's it. We've got so much to look forward to. We've heard from some really key people. I asked you at the start how excited you were. I could tell how excited you were. Now we've seen some of the key individuals who are going to be participating, and we know some of the matchups. How are you feeling now? I'm
even more excited than I was before. Literally, we're talking about the passing of the torch. You see these young men and women here trying to stake their claim to be the future of international boxing, and they should be excited about this, and they are, and everybody's going to enjoy what they're seeing, and I cannot wait.
Well, there's one last thing to say. Enjoy it, because we certainly will.
I already know I'm the greatest, and I'm keeping that in mind, that gold is coming straight back to me.
I can do anything because I'm built for it, I'm born for it. I'm here because I can do it.
All the hard work's paid off. We don't come to take part, we come to take over.
Welcome to the first ever World Boxing Under-19 World Championships here in Colorado. Today we have 10 finals in total, 6 boxers from India, 5 boxers from England, 3 from the USA, 2 from Germany, 1 from the Republic of Korea, 1 from Wales, 1 from Latvia, and 1 from the great fighting nation of Kazakhstan. Our first bout will be England's Ruby White, who will face off against India's Chanchal Chowdhury for a chance of winning gold in the under 48 kilogram category. And what a fight that's going to be. My name is Darren Rees. I'll be calling the shots alongside this man, David Austin. He will be my right-hand man. And our MC is the fantastic Ryan Nico. David, always good to be with you ringside. But I've got to start with this. The standards of this competition, of this tournament, is outstanding, isn't it?
It's absolutely outstanding. What you have is literally, it's the Under-19 World Championships, and that's exactly what it is. It's a World Championship tournament. That means, you know, we have scoured the globe, if you will, Darren, you know, for the best Under-19 amateur boxers that exist, and that's where we are right here in Colorado. 31 countries participating, right? And so when we say World Championship, it's a World Championship.
And it means a lot, doesn't it? Like, we've been around the fighters, we've been around the teams, we've been around the coaches and everybody involved. And I can't tell you how much this means to people. The emotions which you see when fighters get out the ring when they've lost, the elation when they've won is just incredible. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up. There's some big emotions attached to this stuff, isn't there?
Well, it's one of those things that you hear when we talk about in the world of sports. You know, they'll tell you like the difference between college football and professional football, you know, is that in the pros you play for the name on the back of the jersey. you know, but in college you play for the name on the front of the jersey, and that's what you get in tournaments like this. The pride of the nation, the pride of where they come from, and what these boxers come to represent. You can feel it. The energy in the building has been great all week. It's going to continue today. We talked about it earlier with Mike Campbell with USA Boxing, talking about the boxers that weren't fortunate enough to move on in the tournament, but the way that they've stayed around, they've been here all week sparring and training and becoming better boxers along the way. It means a lot for these boxers and the coaches and some families to be here, and I think it's great there.
One of the key things you said there is the families. Now, we're in America, we're in Colorado, there's people watching this all over the globe, and there's fighters from several different countries here. Isn't it amazing how many family members have put their hand in their pocket to be able to be here and watch their loved ones in the ring and potentially winning a gold medal? Like, it's incredible, isn't it? Like the journey some people have made.
You know, I say it all the time in my relationships, I want sacrifice, not compromise, because this is what you get when people are willing to sacrifice for you. Families traveling literally from around the globe to be here to give someone in their family, someone they love, an opportunity to live out their dream of being one of the best, and that's what you find out, you know, in a tournament like this.
Absolutely, and I guess another one of the things is the fact that all of the top fighters have been in this sort of position, haven't they? Those ones that you watch on pro shows, they've been here and done it, haven't they?
Well, there's a formula to it, right? You know, there's a formula to it, right? And this is part of that journey, and this is how you get there through tournaments such as these, Darren.
Absolutely. Well, let's get the action underway, and over to our MC, the fantastic Ryan Nico.
All over the world, welcome to the 2024 World Boxing Under-19 Championship Finals. We are live right here in Pueblo, Colorado, USA, where 25 countries have united to continue the legacy of boxing in the Olympic Games. Today, 10 bouts in 10 different weight categories for the men and the women. Time for World Boxing.
Well, here we go, David. This is bout one and the first final. England's Ruby White versus India's Chanchal Chowdhury in the 48 kilogram division. As we said earlier on, the standard really is outstanding, and both fighters coming to the centre of the ring and trying to boss that centre of the ring and own it and show the judges that they are in charge.
Well, that's exactly right. When you look at this right out of the gate, the first thing that you want to notice is that Chowdhury, representing India, they have had a great tournament. You look at the number of boxers from India that are represented in the finals. 4 of the first 5 bouts here this afternoon will feature boxers from India. So that speaks a lot about what you're going to see in this bout.
It certainly does, and this bout carries on in the same way that it started, in both of those fighters trying to keep hold of that centre of the ring and keep control. And the lady from India, Chanchal Chowdhury, just throwing a lot of feints out there. Ruby White just getting that jab out and trying to follow up with that right hand. But this is a very well-matched contest, and Chowdhury tries to go on the front foot, but then White comes back and says, not today. I'm going to give you everything which I've got, because I am gunning for this medal. And White throws a good jab to the body and then follows it up with a right hand upstairs, but just goes over the head of Chowdhury. But this is good stuff so far, David.
Absolutely. I like what Ruby White is doing right now, trying to work behind that jab and be patient. But what she's trying to do is, you see right there, once she gets close enough, once she gets in range, she's going to try to let her hands go and make Chowdhury pay for letting her get into it.
She is, and the two fighters become wrapped up again. This seems to be becoming a bit of a theme, and they are just trying to stop each other from working and showing the judges that they're not getting caught with those shots, which could turn a decision in the opposite direction to where they want it to go. But White is on the front foot as she just stalks Chowdhury around the ring, but every single time she puts the pressure on, Chowdhury comes back with something, and we have got a really good contest on our hands here in the opening of this first final in Colorado. This is really enjoyable stuff to watch.
It absolutely is. And again, like you said, this is the first of, we're going to have 10 bouts this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, each of them resulting, in the awarding of the gold medal. So we're excited about that. But I like what Ruby White is doing, trying to apply the pressure. You see Chowdhury trying to time her coming in, make her pay for coming forward. But Ruby White trying to apply the constant pressure. We'll see what the judges at ringside think about it.
White is definitely the more of a pressure fighter. Don't get it twisted, they're both pressure fighters, but they're both putting everything in as we go to the last few seconds of this first round. And what's great about this style of boxing, David, is because it's 3 rounds, you get to see so much action, don't you? And there's the scores. Just talk us through it.
There you go. So we talked about whether or not the judges, what they were going to think about that. And you see it right there, 10-9 on each of the 5 cards for that red corner in Ruby White. The pressure being rewarded, getting inside, being aggressive. That's what she wants. She wants to make it a fight. You saw when they were along the ropes, the grabbing and the tussling. If Chowdhury allows the bout to go that way, it is going to favor Ruby White.
I agree with that. I think Ruby White did the better work there. I think that Chowdhury did some great stuff as well, but Ruby White just had that little bit more. And we said earlier on in the week, and when we were doing the preview show, that this stuff is about margins when you get to this level. That's what it's about. And some of this stuff is marginal. But Ruby White with a well-deserved points on that round. And we go into the second round of 3 here in the convention center of Pueblo, Colorado. And once again, both fighters fighting for that center of the ring. That has been the theme, is the theme of this fight so far. And now both fighters just having a bit of a look at each other, because they would have had some information given to them from the corners. And a good boxer, or a great boxer, is somebody who can listen and put it into action. So let's see what unfolds as we go into the second minute of this second round.
Well, I like the fact that right out of the gate, you see here to start this second round, Chowdhury doing a better job of maintaining the distance. So you certainly know that was part of the conversation in that corner in that blue corner. And there you see her stepping forward and landing a big right hand. You see already the adjustments that have been made by that team from India here going into round number 2.
I guess the adrenaline and the nerves which we saw in round 1 would have been the reason for the high work rate and the excitement, and now they would have settled down a bit and got those instructions and got that first round out the way. We're seeing a little bit more composed boxing. I think that's probably the way to put it, but Ruby White for a good left hook there, but it narrowly missed the head of Chanchal Chowdhury. But White seems to be the person who is following and stalking her fighter around the ring as the two fighters come together once again, and the referee's just having a conversation with Chowdhury about holding on. Right. Because we always want a clean fight, don't we?
Well, you want to try to have one if you're the official, but sometimes, you know, letting it get a little dirty works for one of the boxers more than it does the other. And if you're Ruby White, you want to get it a little bit muddy to get inside. But if you are Chowdhury, you want to see that. And now a point being taken away from Chowdhury, and that's tough because she's doing her best work of the bout so far. She's landed that right hand multiple times in the second round, and I thought she may have been ahead on points until that point was taken away.
So that point will give Ruby White the confidence. Not that she looks like she needs much more of it, because she is fighting with every single bit of might that she's got within her. You can tell how much she wants it, they both want it. But White for me so far has been the stronger, more effective fighter for the majority of this fight. Although Chowdhury has done some good work, White has had an answer for her in almost every moment of this bout, and a good left hook landed there from Ruby White, and she follows it up with a right hand and another left hook, and the energy levels are going up, and we can tell you that the crowd in here are very much enjoying this. The atmosphere is electric. This is exactly what we're in the sport for.
Absolutely. As we come to the end of round number 2, ladies and gentlemen, I'm interested to see what the scores are, because again, I thought that Chowdhury was doing some pretty good work and may have been ahead on the cards for that second round. And there you have it. Now you see, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of a mixed bag with those scores, but after that point was taken away, Ruby White picked up the pressure. She's again rewarded on the cards right there and in pretty good shape heading into this third round.
She certainly is. I think for Ruby White, it's just about boxing clever. Excuse the pun, but I intended it. But she really is going to have to just have her wits about her and box a clever fight, try not to get caught too much, and she will be victorious if she does plenty more of what she's been doing already, David.
Well, Team India in the form of Chowdhury in that blue corner having their hands full right now. And so, you know, just based on what we've already seen from Ruby White, she's absolutely going to pick up the pressure here in this third round.
Well, here we go, the third and final round, and this round starts off in the same that the other two did, and both fighters coming to the centre of that ring again, and Ruby White popping that jab out, looking confident, flurries of shots, really enjoying herself now. She really looks like she's having a good time in there. She can almost taste that decision and can see herself having her hand raised. Can the girl from England get through this round and be the winner, David?
Well, she's certainly in pretty good position right now. Again, this is what we expected. She's coming out very aggressively here in this third round, trying to get a little distance between her and Chowdhury on the cards. And right now, that team from India not mounting very much offense to begin this third round. That's not the way you want to start against someone who's looking to finish strong, like right there in Ruby White.
And White, just before the referee got involved, threw a very good right hand, which landed on the head guard of Chowdhury, and I believe she would have felt that one. But White just maintaining that distance and pressurising her fighter, but showing some emotion and frustration there, isn't she?
She is, and now you look, Chowdhury may be close to getting another point taken from her. You see the frustration in the body language of Ruby White. She feels like she's being held too much, preventing her from doing the work that she would like to do. But the official is noticing it, and as you see right now, it looks like that point that we were just talking about could be coming, and there it is, Darren.
There we go. Well, 1 minute 30 seconds left of this third round, and Ruby White has just got to continue doing exactly what she's doing. And she's boxed a very good fight, a very enthusiastic fight, and she's shown how much she's wanted this. I'm not taking anything away from Chowdhury at all, but I think she's just ever so slightly been outboxed in this contest. And the first round was the most competitive round, wasn't it?
Well, I would have to agree. And then now, as you see, it looks like, I mean, Chowdhury right now, unfortunately, I think is making a bit of a mistake. And now it looks like we're going to have another point taken away, you know, from Team India. And, man, that may be all she wrote right there.
And that's it.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, calling an end to the contest here. We'll get the official word here momentarily, but you see it with 45 seconds left in the third round, Darren, looks like the official inside the ring has seen enough.
Absolutely, and looking at Ruby White there, I'm sure she is excited, but she looks knackered, doesn't she, bless her? She's really put a shift in.
She has.
Now we're seeing some smiles. That's what we like to see.
There you go. I tell you what, nothing brings a smile like the gold medal, and that's exactly what's going to be placed around her neck in the medal ceremonies that we're going to see. Ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a break after the first 5 bouts, and then you get an opportunity to see the medal ceremony, and first of whom will be getting those medals will be Ruby White. You know, it's got to make you feel pretty proud there, right?
Oh,
there.
yeah, of course it does. It's always great to see boxers from England doing so well. What a moment for her. This is what the sport is about. It's moments like this. Really exciting stuff. Well, let's get the official verdict from our MC, Ryan Nico. I beg your pardon, she's not quite ready.
We always love an opportunity. There she is.
In bout 1, the winner by disqualification is in the red corner from England, Ruby White.
But a referee, the official, had enough there, and Ruby White is the winner of the women's 48 kilogram category. As I said a moment ago, what a moment. And for all of those people watching at home, how special this is for you to sit there and watch it. And I'm sure you're screaming at the television or however you're watching it, and we can feel it all the way here in Colorado. And you should all be immensely proud, because what an achievement to go and win a games like this, a competition, an event like this, David.
Oh, it's incredible. And let's not forget, I mean, it's easy to get caught up in the moment and be so excited about Ruby White and what she was able to do, and she deserves all the credit in the world. But let's not overlook the fact that Chowdhury came to this tournament and is going to walk away with the silver medal in a world championship, right? I mean, so that is nothing to sneeze about. So let's not lose, you know, sight of what's actually happening here. You're talking about 2 great competitors that made their way here to the finals, and that is a gold medal being won by Ruby White. Congratulations. But also a silver medal being won by the Team India, which has so many representatives in the finals on today. You know, that's still laying the foundation for a great day for Team India.
It certainly does, and it really is important to notice that, because the fact that you're here, whether you medal or not, that is remarkable.
Boxing fans, bout 2 is scheduled in the male 50 kilogram division. The judges from Colombia, Poland, Lithuania, Canada, and Chinese Taipei. The referee from India, Farhad Engineer. And now the boxers. In the red corner from USA, Lorenzo Juanito Patricio. In the blue corner from Germany, Mohamed Amanucci.
Right, David, bout 2 then. We are like a conveyor belt this afternoon, aren't we? It's going to be fight after fight. So we got Germany's Mohamed Al-Manucci versus America's Lorenzo Patricio. Now, you know Patricio well.
I tell you what, it's a pleasure to know the Patricio family. I mean, his father, Landon Patricio, I mean, just the boxing clan from Hawaii here in the U.S. I tell you what, it's incredible to see what he has been able to do with his family and just boxing in the way they represented from the island of Hawaii. But you know what? He's in there with a young man in Al-Manucci who came here to do the exact same thing, and that is take gold back home. And I think we're going to be in for a fun contest, a gritty contest as well.
We can't wait. And just a moment, we'll get into the action. The referee just giving the final instructions there. We don't want any more disqualifications, that's for sure.
Not at all. But you saw one of the things you saw in the final instructions from the official. You saw the height and the reach advantage, you know, for Al-Manucci.
Well, Patricio straight on that front foot, launching a right hand, and they are some quick hands, let me tell you. I don't know how fast they look on your TVs at home, but from just a few feet away from the ring, both of these guys are super quick, and their reactions are too.
Well, I like what Patricio is doing early here. He's applying the pressure. As you saw in bout number 1, pressure will be rewarded by these judges here at ringside. Patricio off to a pretty good start, as you saw that right hand right there.
He is. He's got good feet, has Patricio. And just bouncing around that ring, making it difficult for the man from Germany to try and land anything, and then just explodes out of nowhere, just launches himself from the canvas. And I've got to say, Al-Manucci looks, at moments in the early part of this round, a tiny bit overwhelmed when those shots come firing at him.
Well, you know, Patricio may be surprising him a tad bit with his pressure, but that's something that's going to be necessary for Lorenzo because of the fact that he has the height and reach disadvantage. But you already see early in this contest, blood in the mouth of Al-Manucci. Patricio getting that right hand home.
Here's Al-Manucci, sorry, just landing a couple of soft shots downstairs, a double jab to the body and trying to land the right hand upstairs. He seems to be settling into his groove a little bit now, the man from Germany, and looks a little bit more relaxed. Just got that distance, gauging that distance, getting that timing right. And Patricio isn't going to have it all his own way in this bout. I think that's one thing for certain.
Well, and I think you're right about that. It looks like Al-Manucci is settling down a tad, trying to maintain the distance, but that's the issue that he's going to have with Patricio. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to want to get inside, and right now still doing a pretty decent job of it against Al-Manucci.
I am mightily impressed with the explosiveness of Patricio, the way that he just fires himself off the canvas, rockets towards Al-Manucci and just lets a flurry of punches go. The speed which they come at his opponent must be really tough to handle, but Manucci looking to become a little bit more relaxed as he just bounces around the ring and switching that stance up, trying to make Patricio think about his boxing, think about what he's going to throw. And there was a bit of a Superman punch there, David.
A little bit. You know, I got to tell you, you know, try it all. Leave nothing to chance, right? You use every club in your bag when you make it to this point. This is the finals and the world championships, you know, at 50 kilograms. So you leave it all on the line, right? You lay it all on the line. You leave nothing out. And so if you want to try your Superman punch, hey, this might be the time.
Never a better opportunity than the World Championships to do so. And that is the sound to tell us that round 1 is over. And for me, David, Patricio came out the faster, stronger fighter. And like I said earlier on, he was overwhelmed a bit, was Al-Manucci. What's your thoughts?
Well, I would have to agree with that. You see the scores on the screen. Again, the aggression being rewarded, and so Patricio with the early lead here, 10-9, pitching a shutout on all 5 cards. You saw some pretty good moments from Al-Manucci later in that first round, so the question will be whether or not he will be able to build on that. But I think what we've already seen so far is that the key for Al-Manucci in this bout is whether or not he's going to be able to maintain his distance and keep Juanito Patricio, you know, out of his lap.
There was clearly some
Round 2.
instructions given in each corner, so we'll see what both fighters come out, whether it's very similar to the starting round or not. And here we go, round 2 of 3 in this men's 50 kilogram under 19s World Championships. What an honour it is to be here and see fighters of this standard doing what they're doing. And look at Patricio coming out all guns blazing, really going for it, and the reflexes there was like something out of the Matrix. Al Minucci threw a left hand, a left hook and a right hand, and both of them went whizzing past Patricio, and he was showing us that he hasn't just got fast hands, he can get out of the way quick as well.
Well, he's doing a good job of that, and I tell you, my favorite punch in that exchange may have been the straight right hand to the body of Al Minucci. And I think if Patricio can work in enough body work, you know, in this contest, I think that could really pay heavy dividends for him and not just headhunt like he has done a little bit earlier in this contest.
Now, one of the things which the judges will pick up on is those eye-catching shots. Who do you think is landing the more eye-catching shots at the moment?
Well, I still have to go with Patricio, you know, at this moment. And again, I think Muhammad Al Minucci is starting to have a couple of more moments, but right now I think that the pressure of Patricio is still what is standing out most in this contest, although right now Patricio retreating a little as Al Minucci starting to try to apply pressure and come forward. And as I say that, Patricio lunges in with the lunging left hook.
The referee just having a quiet word there, but Patricio is doing a little bit of showboating, and I guess Minucci needs to just be careful and don't let his head go in this, and keep engaged and keep those hands up, keep his wits about him. But Patricio looks like he's having a really good time here. He's boxing like Sugar Ray Robinson. Look at him bouncing around that ring, just popping that jab out and having a thoroughly good time. And he threw an awesome right hook, a right hand followed up with a left hook, and both of those shots landed. And Al Minucci just lunges in with that right hand to the body, but it falls ever so slightly short.
You know, and Al Minucci is having some better moments, you know, in this round. But however, those exchanges are still, in my opinion, favoring Patricio. So for every one that Al Minucci lands, Patricio comes in and does the same, and then a little bit more. So he's going to have to, you know, start and finish some of these exchanges if he's going to give himself a real chance in this bout against Patricio.
Absolutely, and Al Minucci just gets himself back into the contest again, and Patricio looks like he just sort of just has his foot off the gas ever so slightly. And it's almost like he tricks Al Minucci into kind of coming in and then counters him, doesn't it?
Well, what you're seeing is that Patricio feels like it looks as if he feels like he has the timing down for Al Minucci. And that's more the confidence in the body language, you know, of Patricio. I think that's what we're getting a look at as you see him take that very confident walk back to that red corner. I think Patricio is feeling pretty good about himself. And on the scorecards, he seems to be doing all right there.
He's certainly doing well. And now he's relaxed and knows that he's winning this contest. He should improve, but you need to be careful when you're in that position not to switch off, not to get caught, not to chuck it away, because we've seen it happen before, haven't we, in these major competitions, in these tournaments. Fighters are doing so well, they're doing all the right things, right, and they think they've got it in the bag, and then all of a sudden they end up losing on an RSC.
You know, we've seen it in all sports. You know, I love those videos, you know, where you see these marathon runners, you know, slow down right before the tape, and then some guy runs right by him at the end. You know, and when you're in the ring with someone who has the height and reach advantage on you, you can absolutely run into something that you don't want to see. So Patricio's got to stay on the game plan.
Time out here at the start of the third round.
Bit of an equipment issue we got to take care of.
Just the vest, which was becoming untucked. They need to be nice and neat and tidy in this style of boxing. And we're back to the action.
Hey, Darren, what do you think about that USA chant that's starting to, you know, grow here in the arena?
Well, it is. It's starting to get noisy, and you can tell that the locals and the friends and family, the people, are enjoying it. I've got to say, I was in an Uber earlier on, and I told the guy why I was here, because he obviously picked up on my accent, and he said that he'd be down. I said, oh, it's just great, you know, like people are just randomly coming down to watch this boxing, because it's just such of such a high standard, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. And Amanucci tries to throw a right uppercut under the left elbow of Patricio, and it doesn't land with any conviction. And Patricio just looking ever so slightly like having a bit of an off round. But then as I say that, we get a bit more showboating and some dancing, some reflexes, and I wonder what the judges will think about that stuff.
Well, you know, you're right. You know, you don't want to irritate the judges, and you don't want to do things, you know, that would turn the judges off about your performance. Not that the judges should be swayed by those things, because they certainly shouldn't be. But right now, Patricio, again, that's confidence. No coach is teaching their boxer to samba, you know, or do the merengue in the middle of a round. But you can tell things like that speak to the confidence that the boxer has at the moment. And I don't think Amanucci is doing himself any favors by attempting to match that energy and the showboating. He's down on the cards. Open scoring, he's down. He needs to get busy.
He really does. I was just going to pick up on that point, because when you're down on the cards like this, I was expecting him to be running at Patricio, running at him and trying to make his life hell for the next 3 minutes. And he hasn't done that. He's trying to box on the back foot. He just got caught with a really good right hand from Patricio again. And he's not fighting a fight which he needs to turn this around, is he? 1
minute left in this championship contest. Gold medal on the line in the World Championships. Where's the fire, you know, that you want to see from Amanucci, you know, in this moment? And as he takes another right hand from Patricio, I don't know if that's going to happen. And again, he's going to walk away at worst with the silver medal, and that's nothing to sneeze at, but you don't want to decide during the bout that silver medal is good enough.
I agree with you. And it's almost like for Amanucci, like he's run out of ideas.
Yes.
He's run out of ideas, and you can't run out of ideas at this level. These guys are operating at, and Patricio caught him with a beautiful left hook square on the chin there, and it stunned Amanucci just for a second there, and then they got back into their boxing again. But we're going to the last 15 seconds, and my guess is not only has Patricio won this comfortably, but he certainly won it with some style, David.
He has done that, as you see Patricio letting Amanucci know that last punch is inconsequential, means nothing. It's about the goal. And I tell you what, look at Patricio. I can imagine, you know, again, the family. You see the Hawaiian contingent that has traveled here to Colorado to support him, the USA chants going. This has got to be a great feeling for Lorenzo Patricio.
You love that Team USA stuff, don't you?
Whenever
I'm watching anything which has got Team USA in it, you always hear Team USA, USA.
You know, I'm here to be a non-biased participant.
Of course,
you know. But I tell you, it's so easy to root for a good guy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And Lorenzo Patricio and the Patricio family are such good people. I had the pleasure of having an opportunity, you know, to interact with them on multiple occasions, and his father is such a gentleman, and he teaches humility, you know, to his young boxers, you know, his family. And now you look at it, as you hear the chant starting to grow again.
For championship bout 2, the winner on points by unanimous decision. In the red corner from USA, Lorenzo Patricio.
Well, a very, very comfortable win for Patricio, as we've been banging on about, and a very exciting young man to keep an eye on in the future, whether that's the amateur game or whether he goes over to the pro ranks, because he might be one of those fighters, and I don't know if you use this saying here, David, he's a Marmite fighter. You either love him or you hate him, because some people hate that flashy stuff.
Absolutely.
Other people love it.
Right, and that's the thing. But what I really enjoy about this is not just what I'm seeing here today. I'm also enjoying the idea and the prospect of the future. This is an under-19 world championship, and so imagine the number of times, you know, from now throughout the rest of their amateur careers and even into the pros, that those two boxers may get into the ring, you know, together, you know, and continue to settle, you know, this beef that we now have. I think that is great to feel, you know, to know.
Yeah, it is. Bingo. We're singing off the same hymn sheet, and in just a moment we'll be getting into our third fight of the night, and that is England's or the afternoon. We're still early, aren't we? We're still early. It's 25-2 here in Colorado. England versus India, and like you said, how well have India done? And if you look back at a lot of the amateur championships, they have been incredible. There was one games, I can't remember which one it was, but India had 19 or something ridiculous finalists and come away with 18 gold medals. They are dominating at the moment in terms of the amateur side, and especially on the women's side.
I tell you, when you see a country, right, and it doesn't even have to be boxing. We could be talking about college football or basketball. Some schools send more players to the pros.
In the female 57-kilogram division, the judges from Sri Lanka, Italy, Poland, World Boxing, and USA. The referee from Canada, Wade Peterson. And now, the boxers. In the red corner, from England, Tia Acton. In the blue corner, from India, Anjali Kumari Singh.
Well, I'll tell you what, David, the Indian coaching team are going to get their steps in tonight, aren't they?
They are.
They got 6 fighters in the final tonight, and the amount of times they're walking back and forth backstage, warming fighters up. It must be quite an operation for them back there, doing the mix and getting everyone going.
Well, let me tell you, they don't mind. When you have a team that brings this many boxers into the finals of a tournament of this magnitude, it speaks directly to the coaching, and the culture of that team. So what that should mean for the rest of the boxers, here in these finals, they need to be completely aware of that fact and know that they're going to get the best out of what's happening in that other corner. You don't bring this many boxers to the finals if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I really couldn't. They obviously are doing a lot of very good stuff, and the outcome of that is how many world-class fighters they've got. And here we go, we've got Singh versus Aiton. Aiton from England in the red, Singh from India in the blue. And the two fighters come together. And a nice double jab right hand there from Tia Aiton. And Singh just planting her feet there and letting her shots go straight away, David.
Well, there's no feeling out process in this one. As you can see, these two boxers come to the center of the ring and they're already letting their hands go. So there'll be a lot for the judges at ringside to absorb, in this bout. But right out of the gate, you see the desire, in the ring with both of these boxers. And I got to tell you, if you are Team India, you've already had a boxer come into the ring and not come away with the gold. Does that up the level of desire for the rest of that team from India?
That's a really good point, because when you've got so many fighters, or even if it's just a few of them, when you've got someone to come back and wins, and the excitement and the energy which they bring back to the changing room, and then you've got someone who loses, it's a different ball game, isn't it? You've got to have your head in the game. As Aiton just comes forward there with some good straight shots, a double jab, right hand, and all 3 shots landed. And Singh comes back with a nice and relaxed jab and then follows it up with a right hand to the temple to the girl from England.
Very good 3-punch combination from Singh right there, and looking pretty confident as she steps forward, going back to the head of Aiton. Right now, Singh doing some pretty good work.
Well, I liked what Aiton did there. She just boxing nicely on the back foot. That is the sort of stuff which is training ground stuff. The way she just sort of went back with her right foot first and then just threw 2 or 3 shots nicely with really good technique, perfect technique, and a couple of them got through. And Singh looks nice and relaxed and just tries to hold on to the centre of that ring, but gets pushed out of it by Aiton from England once again. This first opening round hasn't got the energy of the 2 previous bouts that we've just watched, but there's some good skill and some good boxing here.
Well, definitely some quality shots being thrown, a little more precision, in this particular bout. And just as I was saying that Singh was doing great work, Ayton jumps right in and starts to land combinations of her own. So it's kind of a back and forth ebb and flow, to this bout. It'll be interesting to see which boxer can string together some consistent offense and start to shut down their opponent.
One of the things which is a feeling for me already is this is a tough fight to score for the judges. Don't you think?
Right. It is. And when you have boxers that are punching the way that they are, and remember, the judges don't all sit together. They're on opposite sides, on different sides of the ring.
Yeah.
So, the angle from which you are watching it certainly plays a part. And then, of course, the crowd noise gets involved. And then so you have to be really careful with that. So some things you see, some things you don't. But I think both boxers are acquitting themselves pretty well here in this first round. And I think they both have done some things that they can build on moving forward after a little conversation in the corner with their coach.
That brings the first round to an end, and I feel like Ayton probably was the stronger fighter towards the end of that round, but Singh certainly done some good stuff, and the judges are saying that exactly, David.
Exactly. And so there you have it. You see Ayton boxing out of that red corner representing England. I mean, and let's not kid ourselves. That is the second boxer from England that's already in the ring contending for a championship as well. So as much as we've talked about Team India, and of course having so many boxers in the finals is quite the accomplishment, let's not overlook the coaching and the desire that's in that other corner too.
If you were in the coaching corner of India, now Singh is down on the scorecards, what sort of advice, what information would you be feeding her? What would you want to be seeing her do when she comes out for this second round?
Well, I will tell her that she needs to finish these exchanges. She's doing a pretty good job of scoring when she's boxing, with Ayton, but Ayton is finishing these exchanges, so she's putting the exclamation point. She's punctuating those exchanges, and Singh has got to do some of that too.
That's a really good way of putting it. There is an exclamation mark on the end of those right hands. I'm stealing that one. that's going in my commentary vocabulary. Thank you very much. And here we go as we go into the first 15 seconds of the second round here at the first ever World Boxing Under-19 World Championships here in Colorado. And we have Tia Ayton from England fighting Kumari Singh from India. We've got a good contest on our hands if you're just joining us. Ayton up on the scorecards so far, on the back foot, but just needs to be careful as she don't get caught with those big flying overhand rights which Singh is throwing. And Singh has come out a little bit more confident, I'm feeling. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking as well. She does seem to be a little more confident here. But again, nothing necessarily bad, happened to her in the first round. She was just outpointed. And so she's got to do a better job of maintaining the distance. She's got a little bit of a height and reach advantage. So make it a little bit more difficult for Ayton to come forward. Make her pay for walking toward you. Be a little bit more aggressive. Be first, if you can. And then, of course, sometimes you got to be first and last. And she's not doing as good a job of doing that. And the result is that Ayton is getting the opportunity, to score when she gets inside.
She is, and Ayton's two brilliant shots, and the shots which she's throwing a lot is that very traditional 1-2. But I do feel that Singh is just starting to suss the timing of those out, because there's a couple of times when you were just talking there and I was watching the action that she was slipping those right hands and they weren't landing like they were before. So Ayton's going to have to come up with some new combinations and maybe start going around the sides with the left hooks and the right hooks and coming up the middle with the right uppercuts. But at the moment, both girls boxing well.
Have we seen an uppercut today yet?
I don't think we have. I don't think we have. It's not a common shot in Olympic boxing, really, is it? Unless you get the big heavyweights when they're leaning on each other, the 90-plus kilo fighters, as we call it on this side of the game. But a much slower round, and that was a decent right hook which went over the top from Ayton from England.
I'd love to see Singh pull away a little more smartly. And that's one of the things I've noticed, that at the end of these exchanges, when she pulls away, she's still taking fire. I'd like to see her circle away or just be more mindful of it. But she takes punches at the end of the exchange as she's backing away. And so she's giving away free points at that point.
It's a good point. And what Singh will do is she comes in, she lands a couple of good shots, and then she stands there for too long and then gets caught. And that hard work And the good work which she's just done just gets taken away because for every 2 shots she's landing, Ayton seems to be coming back and given the opportunity to land 2 or 3 shots.
She does, and then as we see now, as we make our way, to the end of round number 2, I'm feeling that, not much change, even though we seem to be a bit more confident, not a lot changed. But there you see, 3 of the 5 judges at ringside give that second round to the blue corner and Singh. And so, well, there you have it. That confidence that you said you saw, well, the judges must have seen it as well. And now we've got a contest on our hands.
Yeah, we certainly have, and that is quite some interesting scoring. Because I felt like Singh was getting caught a fair bit, but she was obviously throwing some, a good number of shots which were landing. She was throwing those eye-catching shots and doing better work than maybe what we thought she was. But she certainly looked a lot more confident in that round than she did in the previous.
Well, if you're scoring on body language, her body language was definitely better in that second round. But obviously she did some things that 3 of the judges at ringside really liked. And so now here we are going into the 3rd round, and Singh and that team from India has a great chance of getting their first goal of this tournament.
They have, well, they've both got to go to work here, and Singh from India comes straight out with a 1-2 and then follows it up with a 1-2 left hook, and Ayton needs to put her foot on the pedal and really go for it. We need to see some aggression from Ayton because Singh has come out all guns blazing. She's got the bit between her teeth and she is up for this. Ayton doesn't want to be chucking this away, but Singh knows that there's an opportunity to have her hand raised at the end of this bout.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, we're 2.5 minutes left to go here in this championship at 57 kilograms. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to go to the whip. We're headed down the home stretch.
This is what it's about. These are the bouts that we love so much. It's when you get to these 3rd rounds in this amateur Olympic style boxing and it's all to play for. And that's exactly what we've got on our hands here. But look, this is the 3rd round and they've both put a lot into the previous rounds, not only physically but mentally as well, and that takes a drain on your enthusiasm, your energy levels, your everything, doesn't it? No matter how much you want it,
right?
It's a tiring process. But do you think of the emotions on the build-up to this as well?
I mean, all of that factors into what we have right now, culminating into this moment, as we're barreling toward, the finish line with 1.5 minutes to go here in this championship bout. Both boxers want this. You certainly know that as you see Singh stepping forward and taking fire, but firing as well. How are the judges going to view it? You said yourself, you thought that Ayton had done enough, to take that second round. 3 of the judges at ringside didn't agree with that. And so now, going here with just under 1.5 minutes to go, as we see the mouthpiece, out of the mouth of Singh now having been reinserted, how do you finish? That's the question. How do you finish? How do you cross the finish line in this contest? You got to run through the tape. I need to see more action from both boxers.
It's digging deep, and this really could be anybody's fight, and I think both of them know it, and the mouthpiece coming out of Singh there would have been a welcome break, I think, for both of them, just to get a few lungs full of air and just go for it in the last 1 minute and 30 seconds as the fight restarted. But here we go into the last 55 seconds of what will be history for these 2 fighters. One of them will walk away with gold, one of them will walk away with silver. Of course they both want that gold, but no matter what, they've done some sensational stuff to get here, and they should both be incredibly proud of themselves, as all their coaches, their friends, their family, and everybody watching here and at home. And we go into the last 30 seconds, and both of them breathing with an open mouth. You can see that they're exhausted, but both throwing good shots. It was a good shot from Singh and a decent one followed back from Tia Ayton.
I feel like whoever lands the last shot before the bell is the one who's going to win this bout. Whoever lands that last good shot.
Well, that is the clapper for the final 10 seconds, and both fighters would have heard that, and that was a really good right hand by Ayton, and this is a great finish to a great fight, and what a treat we had there, David. 3 rounds, good rounds, some great technical boxing, some explosiveness, some fantastic shots. That's what we love about this stuff, isn't it?
It was exciting right there. And so if my theory holds correct, that I feel like whoever lands the last big shot, the last good punch is the one who's going to win this bout. If that is true, I'm thinking that maybe that is Singh, because I think she did a nice job of running through the tape at the end, play through the whistle. That's what they say. And I thought both boxers, were making the effort to do it, but I think Singh may have landed the last punch that mattered. So we'll see, what happens here. I can't wait. I have no idea what the judges are going to say.
Neither do I. I'm really intrigued to see what they're going to say. And do you know what? They're both worthy winners.
They are.
They're both worthy winners.
And so different. And not to take anything away, from the previous contest, but just, minutes ago we're talking about Al Minucci, in the previous contest, and whether or not he was really going at it hard enough.
The winner on points by unanimous decision in the red corner from
Ayton gets it.
There you have it.
She gets that medal. That's a very special moment for her.
I mean, but very different, right? Again, we're talking about, in the previous bout where maybe, Al Minucci's not doing enough at the ends, not being as aggressive as we thought, coming down, toward the finish. But then, here we are in the very next bout with these two boxers, and they're right there, in the phone booth trying to make it happen. You can see they both want this. And so this young lady, in Singh, really winning that silver medal, letting it all hang out, but coming up just a little bit short. That's got to be a great feeling. And if your team in India, 2 silver medals, 3 bouts into this day, that's not bad at all.
I mean, they will grumble at that, but they shouldn't grumble at that. They really shouldn't. And we can't stress enough of how incredible it is just to be here.
After championship bout 5, we will have an award ceremony and then proceed with 6 through 10.
Well, there you heard it. We will have an award ceremony after bout 5. So we'll be going into bout 4 in a moment.
Right.
Another. Oh God, we're being treated. It's like our birthday, isn't it?
Men's championship bout 4 is scheduled in the male 75-kilogram division. The judges from Canada, Colombia, Hungary, Japan, and Mongolia. The referee from Ireland, Barry Tucker. And now we introduce the boxers. In the red corner, from USA, Joseph Aonoya.
Look at the physique on that kid.
That's what I looked like a couple of years ago.
In the blue corner, from India, Rahul Kundu.
Well, Team USA versus India again. Aonoya is a very special fighter. He can fight, he can box, and he can talk.
I tell you, he can do it all, and he's an physically imposing, boxer. But when you look in that other corner, right, you have Kundu over there. Again, India, Team India is doing an outstanding job. Now, saying that they have 2 silver medals, that is awesome, but those 2 silver medals came with 2 defeats today, right? We'll celebrate the silver medals, after, but right now, as far as Team India is concerned, they're 0-2 right now. So how motivated is Kundu right now? How much is he salivating?
So much.
Oh man,
he will want it so much. Seeing your teammates come back with 2 silver medals, right? We're the optimists, yeah. Right. 2 losses when they're going back, isn't it? Yeah. He, 3rd time lucky, but with Joseph Aonoya, he has got some match on his hand because this is a very, very talented fighter.
Yes. And you see, look at the height and the reach advantage right there. And if Aonoya boxes smartly and stays behind that jab and keep the distance, there's a lot that can happen positively for him.
Well, we are underway Joseph Awinonga versus Rahul Kundu, sorry.
And you see Kundu, you know, he has the task of trying to get inside because of the height and reach disadvantage. He's got to take more chances, and just like that, we step in. But, you know, Kundu's got to take more chances.
Kundu landed a good right hand to the head guard and just stepped out of range just nicely. And this is an explosive fight immediately, David. This is exactly how you analysed this before the fight got going. Because Awinonga is a great fighter, but he's got a very, very good fighter in the opposite corner in Team India.
Absolutely, and again, the coaching is such a big part of it. You don't get this many boxers in the finals without great coaching, as you see that right hand get inside and move the head of Kundu by Awinonga. And so they understand what it takes in order to get inside and make something happen against Awinonga. The game plan, I assure you, is solid there.
Awinonga's got a bit of a Tommy Hitman Hearn style to him, the way that he just throws that jab, and that was a really good 1-2 as he just stepped off the step back and then throws another decent right hand. And Kundu just most certainly needs to have his wits about him, because those shots look like they are landed with some conviction. They are unforgiving. That's exactly what they're meant to be as well.
They are, as you see. And again, I love to analyze and talk about the body language when we look at boxers, you know, when they get inside the ring, and you can already see, you know, both boxers are just fine, but Awinonga, you can already see the confidence starting to build, you know, in the way that he's moving about the ring. And look at that stare that he has right now. He's like trying to stare a hole through Kundu, you know, as he looks for a place to land that big right hand.
And Kundu just landed a good right hand and followed it up with a left uppercut. And both of those shots landed. And now Awinonga just comes back with that double jab and tries to claim that centre of the ring again and show him that he's in charge. But one of the things we've got to take note of is Team USA, Awinonga, has got a reach advantage, hasn't he?
He absolutely does, and he does a pretty good job, you know, of utilizing it. You know, you said Tommy Hearns, you know, as I'm watching him box right now, I actually feel like more like I'm watching Klitschko, the way he would just kind of hold you out there with that left hand and then fire that right.
Yeah, I
That's
agree
what he
with
looks
that.
like a little bit right now, but I like what Kundu is doing. I guess, again, you know, very well coached team from India. He's going to be here for all 3 rounds, you know, right in the face of Awinonga.
Kundu for a good right hand to the body, but then just launched himself with a left hook, but then he lands a good right hand to Awinonga, and that snapped his head back, and the sweat bounced off his head and glimmered in the brightness of the lights, and that is the sound to tell us that round 1 is over. How have the judges scored that one? Because it was an explosive one, to say the least.
It was a fun round, ladies and gentlemen. It was absolutely great, Darren, but I tell you what, that bell came at a great time, you know, for Team USA and Awinonga. You know, Kundu landed the best punch of the first round. You know, not just his best punch of the first round, he landed the best punch of the first round with that right hand that you talked about, snapping the head of Awinonga, and with the sweat flying. That is a great look if you're watching on the telly back home. But if you're Team USA, you didn't like the look of that at all. Good time to take a little break, and now we'll talk about it a little bit. We'll reload, and Awinonga will come back, and he'll definitely be looking for that right hand next time.
That should give him the oomph which he maybe needed a little bit more, and just that reminder that Kundu from India is here to win that gold medal as well. He's not here to lay down and roll over. And here we go in the start of the second round. And Kundu just dips down, slips under the jab, and throws a jab of his own to the body. And Awinonga is on the back foot, but then just turns out nicely, David, and throws a jab as he moves out and scores that shot.
Well, what I like about that is you saw the strength of Awinonga in that moment, the way he was able to physically turn Kundu and then let that left hand go. I thought that was a nice thing for Awinonga along the ropes.
Kundu throws a technically very lovely 1-2. It is the sort of thing, if you got a kid into a boxing gym and you said to him, this is how you throw a 1-2,
right,
you would show him how he throws his 1-2, because he throws it nicely. And he's scoring with it as well. It's landed
He is. I'd love to see him pick his left hand up a little bit. He's carrying it a little bit low to be in there with a guy who throws a right hand the way Awonongia does. That's a dangerous proposition. You know, and maybe he's trying to bait Awonongia a little bit as well. I don't know. I just would want him to pick that hand up a little bit, as we saw maybe our first uppercut there thrown by Kundu.
First uppercut of the afternoon. What a treat it is to see a shot like that. Awonongia got that long looping left hook, and Kundu just had his head snapped back there, but he needs to be careful when he's lunging in that he doesn't get caught with that long left hook, because that's a sort of shot which could have him on the canvas, isn't it?
It is, and Awonongia certainly has the power to do it, but I like what Kundu is doing as well. And you saw, you know, the fist pump, letting the judges know, hey, you saw that clean shot that I just landed, put it on the scoreboard. Kundu's feeling pretty good right now.
And that fist pump, they're the tricks of the trade, aren't they? It's not just about the shots that you're throwing, it's your body language. It's just little moments of celebration. It's a psychological element of showing the judges that you're in charge. This is your fight. This is your medal. But Kundu come back with a decent right uppercut there, but then get caught with a counter right hand by Awonongia, and this is turning into a firefight.
It is, and it's more of a firefight than we might necessarily need if you're Team USA. Awonongia, you know, kind of getting sucked into the firefight when he has such an advantage. He should stay on the end of his, he should keep Kundu on the end of his punches and stay out of harm's way. He should make it a lot tougher for Kundu to get inside and make him pay for every time he tries.
Good jab there by Awonongia. And another one, using those long arms to his advantage, which is exactly what you've been saying. But Kundu come through with a 1-2 there and then got caught with a counter jab. The referee feels the need to just step in and have a quick chat there, but we're back to action, and that's what we want. Clean fights, fluent fights, non-stop fights. And I feel that Awonongia is starting to get his timing and his distance just right, because Kundu is throwing some pretty wild shots now, because I think the adrenaline's going, the excitement's going, and he's just going for it, but he's missing a lot now, isn't he?
He is, and I tell you what, one of the things, I can only at this moment recall one time that I've seen, that I can remember Awonongia doubling up that jab. Right, he needs to do that a little bit more. You see the scores, you know, there are 2 of the 5 judges at ringside give that second round to the blue corner in Kundu. Like I said, he did some really good things in that round. Awonongia, I think the scores are correct in that fact that Awonongia did actually win the round. You know, 3 of the 5 judges gave the round to Awonongia, but that's too close for comfort. The rounds don't necessarily have to be that close. Not to take anything away from Kundu, but when you have the skill and the size and the strength, you know, if you're doing this on paper, you know, Awonongia should be distancing himself a little bit more in this contest, but he's getting lured into that firefight you were talking about.
Both fighters need to try and land those clean, effective punches. They're the ones which make the judge go, yeah, I think you've got this round. The more of those which they're landing, the more likely they are to pick up the 10 points. And Kundu comes forward with a good 1-2, and it did land on the left side of the head guard of Awonongia, who's on the back foot now.
He's not throwing his jab. Again, this is what we talked about. I think so far in this round he's only thrown 2, possibly 3, but not doubling it up, and so he's making the path a little easier for Kundu to get inside. Now, whether or not Kundu's able to finish it off, that's a different question. But for Awonongia, he should use the jab more, and he's not doing. See, one and done with the jab. He's bringing it back pretty low. You know, he's taking some real risk with Kundu right now.
He is, and as Kundu just launched in, he got caught with a right hand on his journey in, because he is just being a little bit wild now, and I think that's because he just wants this so much. But these are the moments which separate the good fighters from the great fighters, because it's about keeping that composure, keeping that skill. But Awonongia just got caught of a right hand on the ropes, and he's been caught a few times of that as well.
He has been, and Awonongia, again, I think it all boils down to the jab and what is becoming a bit of inactivity for Awonongia. You know, notice the time that's passing, that's elapsing between punches as he picks up the pace a little bit there. But look again, the gaps, the spaces in those punches, and Kundu is growing in confidence as this happens.
Both fighters meet in the middle of the ring, and both getting back into that firefight type of stuff as we go towards the last minute of this third round, and they can both sense that the round is close to coming to an end, and the work which they do now could be the difference between a gold medal and a silver medal, as Kundu just powers forward, tries to stalk his man around the ring, but both of them come together and the action is non-stop. And just as I say that, commentators curse, the referee gets involved and stops it for a moment, but both fighters back to business again.
You know, and in these close quarters, these close exchanges, you know, the clinches, getting inside, Awonongia, you know, does not have to box inside against Kundu. He's choosing to do so, and I'm not saying he's doing so to his detriment. I'm not saying that he's going to lose this bout. I'm just saying that, you know, this could be a much different bout, you know, if he took all of his physical advantages and put them to work.
But that was a solid 1-2 landed by Awonongia, and both of them are really going as we go into the last few seconds now, and they have both given a really good account of themselves. An exciting fight, had a bit of everything.
A little bit, and I love the confidence of both boxers. You heard when that final horn sounded, both boxers reacted as if they did enough to win this. And when you have that kind of reaction at the end of a bout, especially one for these stakes, that's what you want. Well, both boxers feel that they did enough, that I laid enough on the line, you know, that I didn't leave anything to chance. When you get that reaction from both boxers, that's when you know you had a good contest.
Well, these fights aren't just about winning championships as well. This is part of their apprenticeship. This is a part of their training, because as they go down the line later on in their careers, whether that's amateur careers or pro careers, right, they'll remember how hard they had to dig deep in fights like this, and how they had to do something to make sure they won.
Right, absolutely.
The winner on points by split decision. In the red corner.
Wow.
USA.
Split decision. And we,
Darren, were you thinking what I was thinking?
Yeah, I thought it was going to go the other way. And don't get it twisted, I thought Rahul Kundu did some brilliant work in there, and he landed lots of good shots.
He did. He absolutely did. As we see the dance from Awonongia inside the ring. I'm not sure what they call that when my age is starting to show that, Darren, so I will defer to you. You seem like you know what's hip and what's with it.
Oh, I haven't got a clue. You're definitely asking the wrong person. But I feel like with a fighter like Awonongia, we've witnessed a little bit of history there, because I genuinely think, I've got a feeling about this kid,
right,
that he is going to have a very promising and exciting career. It's not the first time I've seen him in a boxing ring, and he had a really tough opponent in the opposite corner there.
Right.
And he certainly didn't have it his own way at all, did he?
No.
And split decision says it all.
It does say it all. And again, I felt like Awonongia, obviously he won the contest, right? So how much can you say, you know, about that? But, you know, the goal as a part of these contests is not just in winning. That's ultimately what you want, but you also want to get better. So they have to find things to work on, right? And so I think there was plenty in that contest that Awonongia and his team, that his father will talk to him about, and that will help make him better. But you know, that's for another day. Right now, he is the world champion, you know, at 75 kilograms. You know, so that's pretty nice.
What a moment! What a very special moment.
Absolutely.
And what's great about stuff like this is they'll watch this stuff back, and there's learning to do. There's loads of learning to do, isn't there?
Right.
And it's a, you know, visual learning. You can slow it down, you can speed it up. You know, there's so much to take from a fight like that, isn't there?
Well, not just from the fight like that, but for the event as a whole. I mean, when you think about those boxers that are getting here for the very first time, that are making their debut at this level, and you walk into the arena for the first time, and you see all the boxers from the other countries, and then you know, whether it be from the sparring or from your first actual bout in the tournament, win or lose, you know you belong, and that's something.
In the female 60 kilogram division, the judges the boxers. In the red corner, from England, Ella Lonsdale. In the blue corner, from India, Vinny.
So Darren, stop me if you heard this before. England and India are in the finals.
Again. Yeah, our first bout of the evening, Ruby White versus Chanchal Chowdhury, was England versus India, and here we go again. Ella Lonsdale from England in the red will fight Vinny from India in the blue. And Ella Lonsdale, as she just made her ring walk past us here where our commentary position is, she had a smile on her face, but it was a nervous smile. And that is completely understandable, isn't it? Because you've got to have some guts to get in there and do this.
Well, you do. You know, it might have to be a little nuts as well. I don't know. But I tell you what, you know, when you talk about the fact that England and India are in the finals here again, represented 5 boxers in today's action, representing the country of England, you know, and then we've talked so much about what India, you know, is doing as well. So you know you're going to get fundamentally sound boxing. You know, you're going to get individuals that are going to get in there and they're not going to make huge mistakes, right? So you're going to have to bring your A game because they are going to bring theirs. And when you come together again with teams coached this well, England and India, one more time, I'm expecting to see another good bout.
Me too. Will this be a third gold medal for England? We'll just have to wait and see. Or will India get their first gold of this championships?
Well, you know that's become part of the conversation in the locker room for Team India by now, right? You know,
Absolutely.
so 3 bouts, 3 silver medals, there's no shame in that. But again, those medals comes with losses. So now somebody wants to be the first.
More than ever. Well, the action will get underway in just a moment. We believe that we're missing the supervisor. The supervisor will return, don't worry.
Do we need the supervisor?
I think we could be the supervisors, couldn't
Let
we?
me tell you, I have done my best work unsupervised.
Well, both of these fighters will be itching to get going. And there we go. That is the sound to symbolise the start of round 1. Ella Lonsdale versus Vinny from India. India in blue, England in red. And Lonsdale, with a proper British boxing surname, Lonsdale, was always going to be a boxer, wasn't she?
Absolutely. That's just what it is. You know, it's like being it just fits Lonsdale, right? You know, Queensberry rules, you know, it just all seems to go together, right?
It does. Born to do it. And here she is in the final of the under-19s women's 60 kilogram category. Here in Colorado, in the United States of America, a huge moment. A moment which she will never forget, regardless of the result. But both of them will work their socks off to be victorious.
And one of the things I want to see in this contest, just a moment ago, you saw the boxer from India come forward and throw the right hand. Lonsdale did a great job of slipping it and turning her opponent, but she didn't throw anything. I'd love to see if that happens again in this contest, if she lets her hands go in that moment. She missed out on a pretty nice opportunity.
Vinny found herself on the canvas there. Lonsdale just walked back and let her go to the floor. She didn't do anything wrong at all, but good to see the action back to normal here in round 1, halfway through round 1, and a bit of an untidy fight to start with, isn't it?
It is, you know, and maybe that's the way Vinny wants it. I'm not sure, but I like the way that Lonsdale did a nice job of sneaking a right hand in, you know, on that last break, protect yourself at all times, and I thought Lonsdale did a good job of taking advantage of the fact that Vinny didn't.
Lonsdale landed a really nice jab cross and then followed it up with another jab, and all 3 shots landed on the head guard of Vinny. They were the 3 best shots that she's thrown so far. I think both of them are just quite difficult fighters to hit. And there's a lot of wrestling going on in this, and this will frustrate them, it will tire them out. And we don't want to see points getting taken away from anyone. We just want to see good, clean action, don't we?
Well, we do, and like you said, the bout looks a bit untidy. You know, we also have some of our viewers back home sending a message saying, hey, tell them to stop hugging and get to the action. So it's not just you who's seeing it.
Not just us. So the viewers at home or wherever you're watching this, I'm sure that the family and friends of both of these fighters will be watching somewhere, screaming at the television, because this is huge for them as well. They've heard the stories, they've followed the journeys. And Lonsdale got a smile on her face as she gets relaxed now and lands a good jab, and that was the perfect time to end that jab. Like you said earlier on, if there was ever a time to land that shot,
punctuate the round right there. Give the judges a final impression of the work that you've put in the contest so far. And as you see the scores, 4 of the 5 judges at ringside award that first round to the red corner and Team England and Lonsdale.
Doing well, our Team England's there. And maybe it is that stuff we keep banging on about going back to the changing rooms and that energy and that positivity. It's got to have an effect, David. It has to.
Well, it's got to. And now, so let's talk about the other side of that. We've talked about what India may be dealing with, you know, even though winning those 3 silver medals, but those medals have come with 3 consecutive losses here in these finals. What about if you are Ella Lonsdale and you're walking out there and there have already been 2 gold won, so you don't want to be the first one to come back with the silver either.
I didn't think about it in that way. It's a good point. Devil's advocate. Lonsdale just a bit slow coming out of the corner there, but here she comes for the second round of this 3-round contest. If you're just joining us, you've missed some really good action, some great fights, some very, very high-level fights, great operators, and we've got a bit of an untidy fight on our hands here, but it's not a bad fight.
Not at all. And I tell you what, you see Lonsdale, you know, the way she's moving, you know, that left hand, you know, up and down and around. She's trying to lure Vinny into a mistake. Get her watching that offhand. Watch that glove. You know, she's almost like she's a snake charmer. She wants her looking away, and she wants to take advantage, you know, of distracting Vinny with that left hand. We'll see if it pays dividends down the road.
Lonsdale just raising that left hand, trying to trick Vinny into lifting those hands up so she can sink her right hand into the body, but Vinny doesn't seem to be falling for that stuff. She's been there, done it, got the t-shirt, and we know that because she's in the final of her under-19 World Championships, because it's marginal when you get to this level.
Well, the margin for error is very slim when you're competing on this level. And again, we talked about the coaching. You know, even though India so far is 0 for 3 in these finals, that doesn't change the fact about the number of Indian boxers that are here. And so what that means is speaks again to the coaching and about the mistakes that they are not going to make. I don't believe that Lonsdale at any point is going to trick Vinny into making a mistake with that left hand moving it around like that.
No, and one of the things which Lonsdale is showing now is that she's getting into her groove. She's really starting to feel a little bit more relaxed now, and that smile's coming. But as I say that, Vinny comes forward and just smothers her and makes, well, she just invades her space and doesn't enable her to throw those straight shots which she throws so well. And that's those straight shots which Lonsdale is throwing, which are going to be catching the eyes of the judges and seeing what they're going to put at the end of the round.
Right. And you talked about, you know, you don't want to do things that the judges don't like, you know, stylistically, the showboating and that type of stuff. Yep. But on the other side of that, if you are a judge at ringside and you see that smile creep across the face of Lonsdale every now and then like it has during this contest, or the way she looked when she was walking back to the corner at the end of that first round, does that give a good impression to the judges? Yeah, that smile on her face.
And this is the thing, is boxing subjective, isn't it? There's fights, there's bouts that I've seen this week where I thought one thing and the completely opposite thing has happened, and that is the thing with boxing. It is subjective, but it's about doing the cleaner, better work. It's about landing those eye-catching shots. But again, these 2 fighters come together. Styles make fights, and maybe these 2 aren't making the most explosive or entertaining fight, but there is so much on the line for both of them as we go into the last 5 seconds of round 2. And Vinny doing her absolute best to finish stronger there, David.
right? And you see, the show of respect as the boxers make their way to their respective corners. The smile not as big on the face of Lonsdale, after the second round. And that might be why, because unanimously that second round went to the blue corner and Team India for Vinny.
Yeah, well, that's a strong statement, isn't it, there, that all 5 judges have gone with Team India there. So she clearly did the much better work and the things which they were looking out for. So Lonsdale's again, like we did a couple of fights ago, it's all to play for in the third round, and that's what makes this sort of stuff exciting. So hopefully both fighters will come out, pedal to the metal, and go for it.
Well, you certainly want to see that just as a viewer, right? I mean, as a spectator, that's what we want to see. But I think we've reached a point in this contest where that's what these boxers may absolutely need to do, especially when you are Lonsdale and you saw that second round be given unanimously to your opponent.
Lonsdale straight out on the front foot, popping that jab out. She's got some urgency about her work. She knows that she has to win this round, and Vinny will know exactly the same thing. And there's some sharpness to the pair of them. Both of them just feeling each other out, feinting with that left hand and then trying to get the shots away. But they do come together again, which is not only frustrating us and viewers at home, I'm sure it's frustrating them as well.
Right. Well, I tell you what, I would imagine that for the rest of this contest, just under 2.5 minutes, I would expect to see Vinny just a house of fire, just like really going.
Just going for it.
I mean, when you think about, again, 3 boxers from India already coming up short in this tournament here on this our first day of championships, and she's this close to getting that first goal. I can't imagine her slowing down.
Well, will Ella Lonsdale win England's 3rd gold medal of this Games, or will Vinny get the first gold medal for
Exactly.
India? It really is all to play for as we go into the final 2 minutes at the Convention Centre here in Colorado.
And you hear the crowd starting to pick up as well, because they understand what's at stake here as well.
Of course they do. The teammates are going for it. They see their fighter, their friend, training, putting themselves through it day in, day out. They know exactly what this means for them. Whether they were knocked out earlier on in the tournament or whether they've got fights coming up, they want this for their fighter, for their teammate. It's all about the camaraderie.
The countrymen, they want that.
Of course they do,
oh,
yeah.
Man, that patriotic pride that builds in all of us. That feeling you get, the feeling that they get when you hear your anthem played, when that goal is placed around your neck. I can't imagine anything equaling that.
What a feeling. Both fighters come together again, and the referees allowing them to continue for a bit because there was work happening on both sides, but feels the need to come between the 2 fighters and get them back to action again. And Vinny finds herself on the back foot as Lonsdale tries to land an overhand right, takes a big deep breath through her nose, fills her lungs up and goes again as we go into the final 35 seconds. And I can hear those in India and England screaming at the television wherever they're watching it, because this is special for you and it's special for them as we go into the last 20 seconds now. Will it be a 3rd gold for England or will it be a 1st gold for India? A little bit of stylish footwork there from Lonsdale, and there's 10 seconds left in this contest. Lonsdale finds herself on the canvas. The referee says it was just a slip. And I don't even know if they're going to be able to throw another punch again, David.
Oh, that is all right there, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. 3 rounds in the books in this championship contest, ladies and gentlemen. At 60 kilograms, you saw the finish. I think the last punch that mattered was landed by Lonsdale, before the bell. I just don't know. Team India, I don't know. I wanted to see the fire coming down the stretch, and I certainly don't want to imply that she didn't give it her all. But when you make it to this point in the tournament, with the emotion and the stress and all the things that go along with it, you can burn through a lot of energy. And the tanks may have been a little empty. By the time we made it to that final 30 seconds, I think Lonsdale did a better job of crossing the finish line, and she may have taken it.
About 5.
See.
The winner on points by split decision in the red corner.
And Ella Lonsdale gets it. She gets England's 3rd gold.
Are you not entertained?
Well, Team England are having a field day, and you've got to feel for India a bit because they've got some great fighters. They're putting everything into it, but they go away with a silver medal again, and Lonsdale gets it, and she just bows out to the judges and shows her respect. And look at that from the Team England crew. They are loving this.
Oh.
This is so special for them.
You know, at this very moment, right now, 5 bouts into the Under-19 World Boxing Championships, Team England is the best team in the world.
I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, it's true.
At this very moment.
It's true.
It's got to make you feel pretty good.
They're doing very well indeed. Very, very well indeed. And with me being from England, just seeing how much boxing is thriving just because of the professional game, and that is inspiring the younger generation and some of these fighters. And they would have watched, you know, the likes of, maybe not Ricky Hatton, and maybe they're not old enough for that, but there would have been great British fighters, and not just British fighters, there would have been great fighters all around the world which they watched, which would have got them into boxing, wouldn't it?
Right.
And then to be here is special.
It is, and think about that. And just as a side note, that would also mean, if we're going by those numbers, that would also mean that Team USA is the second best, you know, in the world right now. Seeing that we have
here we go. Is that why you said it? Is it?
Well, I hadn't thought about it until now, but yeah, we have 2 goals, you know, in here as well. So right now, it's all England and all USA in terms of the gold medals, you know, that have been won in these first 5 bouts, you know. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a medal ceremony coming up. So, you know, you guys certainly want to, you know, stick around and do all of that. But Darren, I mean, think about that. What that means on the heels, you know, what that means, you know, on the heels of the Olympics, where you have teams, you know, they're trying to find out who their next, you know, boxers are really going to be, the people who are going to represent their countries and literally and figuratively carry the flag for their nation in the world of amateur boxing. And you're seeing what the future looks like today. And for England, you got to feel that, and even India, even though they haven't won one of those bouts so far today, they've got to feel good about the prospects of the future for them and amateur boxing in their country.
And one of the things we've just said to each other a lot this week is about how these men and women they are the future.
Right.
They are the ones who we may well be watching on big shows and arenas around the world and whatever else. And it's just amazing to be a part of that, isn't it? Like, well, generally, I genuinely mean that with everything. Like, it's really special to be a part of that, because one day, David, one of these fighters is going to be in a mega fight. It's going to be a pay-per-view. It's going to be something, and you're going to say, I was there, I called that fight.
I was there. I remember when he or she won the Under-19 World Championships, you know, back in 2024, you know, when I was doing the broadcast with Darren Reese, and everybody will be like, oh, you knew Darren? You know.
Maybe the opposite way around.
I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure. You know, it's not often you get an opportunity to work with someone who has blocked you on social media. You don't get that much.
I wouldn't do such a thing. It's always a pleasure to spend time with you. You know that.
Absolutely. You know, but it's been great. And so, you know, let's think about this, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, again, just with what we've seen so far, you know, in today's action has already been incredible. And then once we get across the break and get back to the live action, we're going to start with a great contest. And a young man who has put, who has kind of put the amateur the international boxing world on notice, you know, and that is Elijah Lugo, right? You know, one of the boxers that we talked about in our outstanding, you know, competitors. This is a young man, you know, he is hard to misunderstand because his intentions are pretty obvious.
He means business, doesn't he? He's just, you'll see for viewers at home, Elijah Lugo, what he's about. He's just got I think the perfect way to sum him up is no nonsense, isn't it?
It is. You know, I've had the pleasure of speaking with Elijah on a few occasions, and one of the things that he told me in one of our conversations, because he has an older brother, Nathan, who due to injury wasn't able, you know, to compete in the finals, the rescheduled finals of the Olympic team trials, you know, for the USA. And so Elijah said to me that
you letting us into a secret?
International boxing owes his family a debt that he plans to collect.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a statement and a half, isn't
He
it?
says they owe the Lugos a debt, and he is going to collect. And when you see him perform the way he has in this tournament, and now we're going to get the opportunity to see him in the finals of this contest, I cannot wait to see how he performs. Because like you said, he's no nonsense, and he's got the grace of a tank, and he goes in and he goes to take care of business. I cannot wait to see this kid.
But it's an important point, right? Is when there's emotion attached to something. So when you've got a goal, you've got an objective, there's a thing, there's something you want to achieve. If there's not, like, passion fuels purpose, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And if there's something there, then you're more likely to achieve it, aren't you?
Well, when you think about it, one of the things he also shared that I didn't know until he shared it with me is that he lost his first 13 bouts as an amateur.
Wow.
He lost his first 13 bouts. His older brother, it was in boxing, and having success, right? And so he got in it as well, not having any success, and lost his first 13 bouts. And he talks about how his father, / coach, is letting him know that, hey, you don't have to box anymore after this one if you don't want to, right? So he had the out. He gave it he gave it the old college try. It wasn't working for him, so we're okay. And he goes out, and I don't believe he's lost ever since. And so here we are.
Well, it takes a certain individual to lose that many times. And then keep going, doesn't it? It really does, because like when a fighter takes it, and especially if it's your first 13 fights.
Right. 13.
Did you say 1-3?
1-3, which I thought was supposed to be an unlucky number.
Yeah, well, yeah.
but not for this kid.
But that's obviously given him that's fueled his fire, isn't it? You're either one way or the other, aren't you? You're either the person who's going to chase it and keep knocking on that door until someone opens it and you knock it down, or you're going to be the opposite. And he's the person who's going to get that victory eventually.
And so as we talk about that, let's also talk about that. We have 5 more contests, scheduled for today, this afternoon, and our gold medal bouts. In the second 5 bouts today, there will be 2 more boxers from England. What does that mean to you, Darren, to know that on this level of competition, to see your countrymen come in and perform at such a high level?
It's just amazing to see Team England thriving for me, coming from the country, and just because I know how much the sport means to me, but how much it means to the people around it, and a lot of the people up and down the country in the amateur gyms, and it doesn't matter if it's England, India, America, whatever. A lot of the people are volunteers, and they give their own time, and a lot of the time it costs them money, doesn't it, to do these things. And without those people, we wouldn't have these fighters who we've got here. So, that is super important to mention, because this is what it all boils down to, isn't it? Someone, Ella Lonsdale, walked into a gym one day, and she went to go and start boxing, and now she's flown 4,500 miles across the Atlantic Ocean.
Exactly.
And she's a world champion. She's a gold medalist.
Exactly. And so when you think about it, in those terms, and now you think about the possibilities, right? Now we're thinking about all the things that could be, and how about we talk about Leo Atang, right?
Yeah, wow. Some fighters make noise.
Right.
Yep. Good friends and colleagues of mine who follow the amateur side of the sport, the Olympic side of the sport closely. This name keeps coming up, keeps coming up.
Next big thing.
They're talking about the next Anthony Joshua, the next Tyson Fury.
Right.
So an exciting fighter. Has his name got to the States yet? Well, it certainly has, because we're here.
Absolutely.
But before that,
well, and here's the thing: when you talk about being the next Anthony Joshua, I've always felt that one of the advantages that Joshua has, in terms of his boxing career, is that it seems like when you watch him perform, it seems like he has an entire nation that just rises up, to support him, and that's got to be such a feeling. And you kind of feel that same groundswell when you hear people talk about Atang, and just what they expect him to be. So when they talk about him being the next big thing, I mean, it's almost figurative and literal that he is the next big thing, not just in what they expect him to do, but he's a big boy.
Yeah, he certainly is. And when you're Leo Atang, you're 17, 18 years old,
right,
and you're watching Anthony Joshua,
right,
fill the national stadium.
Right.
You know, years ago when he won the world title and he had fights like he did against Vladimir Klitschko and stuff like that. And you know that you're going to be in that heavyweight, you're going to be in that heavyweight area. Can you imagine how much excitement that brings you? Like, do you know Barry Hearn? Sorry, I've got a story to tell you. So Barry Hearn, the president of Matchroom, which is the promotional company. Well, I'll tell you the story in a moment, but I'm going to pass over to our MC because we are going to go to our medal ceremony.
All right, so I guess that means we're going to take a break, you know, as well, get a chance to stretch our legs, and then we're going to come back and continue this great action right there.
Absolutely. We'll be back in a moment.
All week long in this inaugural awesome tournament. So at this time, we are going to present the medals to our final standing victors from the female 48 kilogram division. And here to present the medals to these awesome boxers is Philip Goods, who is the president of Boxing Australia. And receiving our bronze medal from Australia, Leah Anderton. And also from Canada, Zoe Courchins. And our 48 kilogram silver medalist from India, Chantal Chaudhary. And ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 World Boxing Under 19 Female 48 kilogram gold medalist from England, Ruby White. Thank you so much, ladies. And now we are going to present the medals in the men's 50 kilogram division. And here to present the medal for our men 50 gram finalists is Steve Hartley. Steve Hartley is the president of Boxing New Zealand. And we're going to present our bronze medalists. First, from England, John Thomas Berry. And also our bronze medalist from India, Rishi Singh. And the men's 50 kilogram silver medalist from Germany, Mohamed Amanucci. And ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 World Boxing Under 19 male 50 kilogram gold medalist from USA, Lorenzo Juanito Patricio. Thank you guys so much for all of your hard work we witnessed this week. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the medals in the women's 57 kilogram division. And here to present the medals to these talented boxers is Lynn Uar, who is the president of the Dutch Boxing Federation. And ladies and gentlemen, our women's 57 kilogram bronze medalist from Japan, Sakura Okayama. And bronze medalist from New Zealand, Greer Hall. And boxing fans, the silver medalist from India, Anjali Kumari Singh. And ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 World Boxing Under 19 Women 57 kilogram gold medalist from England, Tia Acton. Thank you so much, ladies. And now, boxing fans, we are going to present the medals to our men's 75 kilogram division. And here to present the awesome medals is Arun Malik, who is the executive director of the Boxing Federation of India. And our men's 57 bronze medalist from Australia, Lincoln McMillan. And the bronze medalist from Algeria, Mustafa Abu. And your men's 75 kilogram silver medalist from India, Rahul Kundu. And boxing fans, the 2024 World Boxing Under 19 male 75 kilogram gold medalist from the USA, Joseph Arunoya. Great job, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now, boxing fans, we are going to present the medals to the women's 60 kilogram finalists. And here to present the medals is the Vice President of World Boxing, Dinah Glycadis. And presenting the bronze medals from the USA, Shamirica Hardaway. And bronze medalist from Australia, Sierra Storch. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver medalist in the women's 60 kilogram division from India, Vinny. And boxing fans, the 2024 World Boxing Under 19 Women 60 kilogram gold medalist from England, Ella Lonsdale. Ladies. And now, everyone, we will continue championship bouts 6 through 10.
Well, we're back.
We are back.
So, if you're just joining us and you've just turned on as the ceremony, the medal ceremony was just finishing, we've had 5 bouts so far. 5 gold medals have been presented. The first one was England's Ruby White. I've changed her name to Ruby Gold. USA's Lorenzo Patricio won the second gold. The third gold was won by Tia Ayton. The fourth gold was won by USA's Wongia.
Yes.
And then the fifth gold was won by England's Ella Lonsdale, with the most British boxing surname there is.
Definitely. I saw you, look to me, you might, when those 3 boxers from England were receiving their medals, I thought I saw the windshield fogging up over there. Were you getting emotional? Is that what I saw?
No, well, of course it means a lot, doesn't it? It means a lot. But look, all of their faces, seeing them all up there on the podium receiving their medals, great big smiles, and yeah, it's just I've used this phrase a lot tonight. What a moment, and it is. And they say that when you lie on your deathbed and your life flashes in front of your eyes.
Right.
Like, these are the occasions for people, aren't they? Where they're special, where they stick with you forever.
Well, and one of the things that I think I really enjoyed about that was just what that means to Team India in those moments.
80-kilogram division.
Absolutely.
The judges from Canada, Japan, Lithuania, Poland, and Colombia. The referee from India, Kamila Ashok. And now we introduce the boxers. In the red corner, from Latvia, Nikita Rohovskis. In the blue corner, from USA, Elijah Lugo.
What was the phrase we used earlier on, David? No nonsense.
No nonsense.
That looks like a man who's on a mission.
It does, and you know what? So does his opponent. And I think that's what's going to make this such a fun bout. It's one of those things where you have the opportunity to find exactly what you're looking for. In a bout like this, it is going to be fun to see it.
I think this is going to be electric. Nikita Prohovskis from Latvia versus Elijah Lugo. Elijah No Nonsense Lugo is the nickname that we've given him, and I think we are going to have some fireworks.
I think so, and I like the way Prohovskis walked to the ring. I like the way he looked, when he came out. I like the look on his face. I like his composure. for what it's worth, for where we're from our vantage point, this is an individual, as you see him on screen right now, looks very confident in the way that he's moving about the ring. And there you see Lugo, much more menacing glare, coming out of that blue corner.
The man from Latvia really needs to show that he is confident, because if he lets Lugo in for a second that he's worried or frightened or scared, which he isn't, then it could be a completely different fight, and it could end pretty quickly. But here we go. We are back in action after the award ceremony, the medal ceremony, sorry. And Elijah Lugo has got a good fighter in front of him who's got a height advantage on him, who's boxing on the back foot, and he's throwing that jab and that lead hook nicely.
He is, and that's going to be something that's going to serve him well if he can continue to do that against Lugo, because getting inside and letting his hands go is what Lugo wants to do. He wants to put those power shots on the chin of Prochowski's, and so we'll see if he's able to make that happen. As he sports that signature Lugo tattoo across his back, make no mistake, he is Lugo proud, and he says it's his mission, to collect that debt that international boxing owes his family. I love that statement.
And it is a statement and a half, isn't it? As Prochowski is just on the back foot, but not necessarily in trouble on the back foot, moving around, changing direction, but he did just get caught there by Lugo, who is throwing shots with mean intentions. He threw a pretty vicious left hook and followed it up with a right hand, and both of those shots got through, and he would have felt those in his boots, wouldn't he?
I think so, and so you say it right. So the first punches that matter have been landed by Lugo here early, midway through this first round, both being left hand, and there's another one right there. And so the bounce that you saw in Prochowski's, at the beginning of this round, is not quite there at this moment, as it becomes a lot more real and serious with Lugo's intentions.
Prochowski's still in there, still in the fight, but he's letting Lugo in. And where Lugo wants to be is he wants to be inside that pocket, making his life a misery. And even though he's boxed on the back foot and he's throwing that jab out, Lugo is finding a way in. And every shot he's throwing, David, he's throwing with 100% aggression. And every single punch is unforgiving, and he means to do damage with each one which he throws.
He does.
I'll be amazed if this goes all the way, actually. If this goes 3 rounds, and it could go either way as well, but because you never know. But Lugo's got his man on the ropes now, wrestling him, roughing him up, and making the first 3 minutes a very difficult one indeed.
Well, it's one of the things that we talked about in our preview show, is that, it could be a short night and it could go either way. Prochowski is not backing away, by any stretch, and Lugo, in his effort to land those punishing blows, can sometimes allow opportunities, and so he's been touched a couple of times in this first round as well. But I think overall, Lugo did what he wanted to do. He kind of set the tone there, and let Prochowski know who he's in there with.
He did. He also explored a lot of energy, because that was a very energetic round, and 4 judges out of the 5 give that round to Elijah Lugo from Team USA, and you might have heard a cheer in the background, and that's because there's TV screens around the venue which show exactly what you're seeing at home, and that is what that cheer is for, is his friends, family and supporters. And you gave him that round?
Absolutely, I gave him the round, and I can certainly understand why that one judge may have given the round to the team, in that red corner as well, because there were some positives about what they were able to do. And again, it's vantage point. So there may have been a judge that a judge may have had an angle that had a greater appreciation for what they may have seen. But I think overall, you get what you want out of that first round if you're Elijah Lugo, because you come out ahead after 1.
Here we go, round 2. Both fighters in the centre of the ring, trying to suss each other out. It's a bit of a battle of the jabs is this fight, as both of them pop them out and have different intentions of what they want to do with them. I can tell you now, every single jab that Elijah Lugo throws, he throws it to try and knock your head off. where the man from Latvia is doing it from a more of a technical point of view. But Lugo sticks his head down, bites down on his gum shield, and corners his opponent once again. And that is his style, David, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And so you talk about, Prochowski's being more of a technical boxer. I think that's the formula when you get in there with Elijah Lugo, because you know what he comes to do. So you're going to have to stick to your fundamentals to make sure that you don't get yourself in a bad spot like he is right now, and possibly, taking punishment that you don't need to, and you see it doesn't take much for Lugo to get you in a bad part of time.
It doesn't, and Prochowski's on the ropes a lot in this round, and only a minute's gone, and he looks like he is starting to get into a bit of a troubling situation. He's still throwing shots back, so that's not going to be enough for the referee to stop it, to call it or give him a count, but he's certainly not really getting the opportunity to do much work, as Lugo takes a jab on the nose and just hunts his man down again and throws a big whipping right hand into the head as the two come together.
And this is what Lugo wants. This is what he wants right here, and it may not be pleasing to the eye, if you're Prochowski's, but I tell you what, when Lugo gets close, I would grab him. I would tie him up. I'd make the official come in and break us up, separate us. I would not give Lugo an opportunity to let one of those big shots go on the inside. He's got dynamite in both hands. You don't want to play around with him.
You've nailed that. You've completely nailed that. He needs to box a lot in a bit more of a smarter way. Don't give him the ability, the distance to charge in at him like Lugo's doing time after time, again and again, the same thing. He's just walking him down, isn't he? He's just bullying him around that ring.
And that's the trade-off that Lugo wants right there. He'll take that shot and he'll come inside, and it appears that he doesn't feel that he's felt anything that will deter him, and so he's just marching forward, because everything that Lugo throws, he's swinging to clear the bases every time he gets to the plate.
He really is, and there's some heavy shots going there in the corner. Prochowski comes back with a jab, which just reminds Lugo that he has got a live opponent in front of him. He is not fighting a punch bag, so he's got to keep his hands up and have his wits about him. But once again, he just goes forward with his hands down as he takes a couple of deep breaths, has a look at his opponent in red, and goes again with a jab upstairs and a right to the body, and then repeats that combination again. But Prochowski is just on the back foot constantly. He's still throwing that jab, he's still trying to work, but again, I imagine the majority of the judges will go with Team USA here.
I like what Lugo was able to do right there. As you see the scores, round 2, all 5 of the judges this time unanimously give that second round to Elijah Lugo. And you can speak, again, it's a recurrent thing for me when I do this. I love to look at the body language, and you can see for Lugo the body language, the head movement, and and the gloves, the way he started to move around. You could see he became more comfortable with what was in front of him, and I think a big part of that was tasting the power of Prochowski's and realizing, I don't have as much to fear, as some might think when you look at the stature of his opponent, and now he's really committing to coming forward, and that is not the recipe you want to have to deal with if you are that red corner.
It's not, and you can tell who's the more tired one here, because Elijah Lugo was stood up and Prochowski was sat down in his corner, and he's last out by a good few seconds there. And that will give Lugo the confidence to know that he can close in on his man and potentially get the job done without even need of getting the decision via points, as he just bounces around in the centre of the ring once again. And he's a bit of a throwback fighter, is Elijah Lugo. He looks like he's got a style and he's got something about him which you might have seen like the Cinderella Man, do you know what I mean? He's like that, isn't he?
Well, he's a meat and potatoes boxer. That's what we're talking about.
Meat and potatoes. I'm having that one as well.
And so, there's not
good left hook by Lugo there. Sorry, carry on.
No, but there's no flash and dash. That the showboating and those things that we talked about. That we may see in other boxers. You're not going to get that out of Elijah Lugo. He comes in with a mission. He's fun to interview and talk to afterwards, and he's a very engaging young man. But in that ring, there are no friends, and he shows you that.
The switch goes. There's many fighters like that. The current cruiserweight world champion Chris Billam-Smith, the nicest man in the world until he steps into the ring. And Elijah Lugo, you could tell that switch as he got in that ring. He's got a job to do, and at the moment he's doing it well.
I'd love to see him go to the body a little bit more when he gets inside. you know, he has power and he knows it, and he's having some success in this contest, so you can sometimes get a little drunk on your own success. I love to see him stay more to the basics as well. When he gets inside, work that body, you know, and slow his opponent down even more.
And especially as Prochowskis is knackered, he's tired, isn't he? He's exhausted, so dig those body shots in, and then he could potentially take him apart upstairs. But what he's doing is working for him. It's won him the round so far with, I think, all but two of the judges in the first round. And as we go into the last minute here, we imagine that Elijah Lugo will just continue to do much more of the same, as he just gives the man from Latvia a fierce look and bounces around.
He does, and he did go to the body in that last exchange along the ropes, and that's something that definitely changes the equation if you're Prochowskis, if Elijah Lugo starts giving you dedicated body work. But with just about a half a minute to go, you know, here in this championship, you got to be feeling pretty good if you're Team Lugo.
You certainly have, and I've got to admire the fact that Elijah Lugo has only got one motion, and that is forwards. And he just continues to throw shot after shot with the same consistency as well. He's throwing shots with the same speed and power in the first round as he did as we go into the last 10 seconds, where he is surely going to become world champion here at his first ever World Boxing Under-19 World Championships, and stupidly taking shots there, though.
Did you see that at the end? He drops his hands and takes shots from Prochowskis right at the end, letting him know, you got nothing that I can't take right now, and that gold medal is mine. I'm telling you, this kid is a beast. I've had an opportunity to speak with other coaches about him at previous tournaments, and again, you know, we talked about his older brother, you know, being quite an accomplished amateur boxer as well before turning pro. And he will say, my brother was way better than me. I just always wanted to be like him. Talking to coaches in the arena, they'll say the same thing. They'll say, oh, his brother Nate is a much better boxer, but this one is a beast. And that is the way they describe him. And you saw it right there on display at the end of that third round, dropping his hands, you know, a la Mayorga, you know, and letting you have a couple of free shots, but still walking away with the goal. That's pretty impressive.
He was just in the moment there, wasn't he? Look, and he's loving this. I wouldn't recommend to any fighter to let someone hit you clean.
No coach has ever taught that.
No one's ever taught that. But Elijah Lugo's in a moment, and we'll give it to him.
The winner on points by unanimous decision in the blue corner from USA, Elijah Lugo.
Well, I've got to say that is the most not significant. That is probably the most comfortable win we've seen so far today, isn't it? In these gold medal bouts. There really wasn't many moments in the whole 9 minutes where Elijah Lugo didn't win it, was there?
Well, you know, I think the best way that I can illustrate that would be to tell you that in Prochowski's best moment in that bout, there still wasn't any doubt about what was happening.
Yeah.
Even in his best moment, there wasn't a moment where we were like, uh-oh, you know, or there was a moment where Team USA was like, okay, let's be careful here. And it doesn't appear that at any point that team from Latvia was able to generate any concern, you know, for that blue corner. And I think that's why it seemed to feel so dominant.
Well, a very interesting character because of the way that he is about. The energy is incredible, isn't it? And he's going to make he's going to become one of those must-watch fighters, isn't he? Because he already is in the amateurs.
I think he is now. I think he's a must-watch boxer now. I think that's why you see him, you know, kicking off the second half of the day here, you know, on the first day of our finals here. I think that's why. I think it's something that's recognized not just by the people here who know him, but the fans who are watching around the world, that this guy has become that guy over the course of this tournament for a lot of people who didn't know him.
World Boxing and Sri Lanka. The referee from Canada, Jennifer Huggins. And now we introduce the boxers. In the red corner, from India, Akansha Balasubramanian.
breaking news, someone from India is about to take the ring in the final.
I said earlier, didn't I, about the steps, the free corner team, the amount of time they've been there.
England, Lily Deacon.
Team England making their way to the ring again as well.
It's been a theme, hasn't it? It's been a theme this afternoon, and the pressure that Lily Deacon, Team England, must be feeling when all three of the fighters who have been in there representing England have come back to the warm-up area, to the changing area, with a gold medal, haven't they?
Well, how about this? Not only have they come back to the locker room having won that bout, knowing that they're going to get gold, but we've already had a medal ceremony for those first 5 boxers. So we've heard the national anthem. We've seen those boxers from England at the top of the podium, and we've seen that medal be put around the neck. So it's more real now than it was before. Before that happened. So now the motivation, I feel, is even higher. It's more intense. You really want to come back with it. And if your team, India, I can imagine how much they are chomping at the bit right now.
I'd love to be a fly in the wall back there where everyone's warming up. But there must be some looks between Team England and Team India. No, it's all very good sportsmanship, I'm sure. That is one of the things which I love about this side of the sport, is just the respect and the professionalism which is shown between everybody. And like, there's good banter between the coaches and the teams and all that stuff. It means a lot to all of them, doesn't it? But you can see that all the right feelings and all the right meaning is there.
Well, I can tell you that that's the way it is when the day begins. But when we get this far into the contest and you've come up short 3 times, to the same country,
it's a good
and now
point.
Here you are here again.
It's a good point.
I'm as mannerable as my manners go along with how hungry I am. I'm sure I chew with my mouth open, at some time.
Well, here we go. England's Lily Deacon in blue, and in red this time, India's Velasquez. And again, the theme of this afternoon is holding on to the centre of that ring and the battle of the jabs as the two of them come together. And there's a steady amount of work between the pair of them already in this opening 40 seconds. And Deacon really nice there, bouncing on her toes, and just throws that 1-2, and both shots got through and landed. And there was a good cheer from Team England in the blue corner there, David.
It is, and again, they feel it now as well, right? I mean, right now, this trip here to the U.S. to participate in this Under-19 World Boxing Championship is already a success. England has 3 gold medals already in the bank. They're playing with house money right now, so absolutely they're feeling that way.
And so they should. And so they should, as we just slow down here in the opening round of this Under-19 women's 70-kilogram bout. Lily Deacon's definitely got a spring in her step, but she's light on those toes. Velasquez from India in red, not as light, not as energetic, but that doesn't mean much at all, because she could land a shot out of absolutely anywhere. And it doesn't matter what we say, because it's about those 5 judges ringside and what they say at the end of the round.
A good right hand by Deacon as Velasquez was coming forward. And one of the things that you may not have noticed as she walked to the ring, but that you can see now inside the ring, is just the length of Deacon, and that's just going to be tough for that team from India to deal with in this contest.
And I guess the other thing as well for India is Velasquez is fighting a southpaw in Deacon, and she just needs to make sure that she is going the right direction around that ring and doesn't get caught with a straight left hand, which she could feel in her boots, because that could make her very unsteady. And that is when the sort of fighter Deacon is she will notice that and pounce on her opponent and let her have a 1-2 or more straight away.
Well,
and there was another uppercut there. That's the 3rd one we've had today. We're getting excited for the uppercuts.
But when you see Deacon, already having that length that she possesses, already, and then to be boxing from that southpaw stance, boy, that makes that jab seem a lot longer.
Deacon is She moves in, she floats across the ring.
Right.
She really floats across the ring, and then she lands her shots at the right time. But I think one of the things I'd like to see Velasquez doing a bit more is turning and changing the angle to not give her that straight line. But what are the judges saying?
Well, the judges, 4 of the 5 judges at ringside, Darren, have given that first round to the blue corner, to Deacon, and I would certainly agree with that. But I can also say, that Velasquez has done a few things. Again, that you could like, judging is somewhat subjective because there are just some things that just sit with you more than other things. But I think the thing for this bout that Velasquez is going to have to overcome if she's going to win this contest is what you talked about, the way that Deacon seems to glide across the ring. In short, she covers a lot of ground in a short period of time.
Very quickly, doesn't she?
She does. I mean, she uses that length well, and so she's on you, before you know it, and that's something that she's going to have to watch out for.
Well, let's see what instructions, with the first instructions we can spot from both Team England and Team India. And Velasquez in red for India is coming out a lot more energetic with a bit more urgency to her, and puts her head down, bites down on that gum shield, and comes forward with 3 or 4 straight shots. But the referee has to get involved. But we're back to the action again, which is exactly how we like it. And Deacon in that southpaw stance tries to throw the 1-2, but Velasquez is just in there and ties her up and doesn't allow her to. And maybe that's what the corner have told her to do.
Well, if I'm Velasquez, I'm going to ignore, the referee a little bit. I'm not saying don't follow the rules, but you're in there with someone that possesses such a height and reach advantage that it's going to be tough, to get inside. And there you have that point that's being deducted. I don't know how you can avoid that because she's got to get inside. And like you said, bite down on that mouthpiece and get in there. And her head's going to be down when she does it. But I think she should continue to take her chances in doing so because she cannot win this bout from the outside.
That point being taken away makes this a difficult fight for India now, because the game plan and what she needed to do is stop Lily Deacon of England doing her best work. And she does her best work when she's at medium range and she's throwing those straight shots. And she was stopping her by tying her up and then throwing a couple of shots of her own. Now she can't do that because she might end up getting another point taken away, like we saw in the first fight, and we could end up with going down that route of disqualification, which is exactly what we don't want to happen.
We don't want it to happen, but if you're Velasquez, you're faced with a really tough assignment because you have to get inside. And I can also imagine that this is a little bit different for her because she's not a small boxer herself, and so it's probably fairly rare that she's in there with someone that possesses this kind of advantage. So I would imagine that this is a bit of uncomfortable territory for her because this can't be an everyday thing.
Agree with that. Deacon walks straight into a straight right hand there. She certainly needs to be careful of those as she makes her entry in a straight line. Deacon doing a bit of a holding now. And maybe that's just down to a bit of fatigue as we go into the final 30 seconds here in the second round. And looks like was that another point which was taken off, it looked like?
Another point being taken away, so of course you want to avoid the disqualification, but for me, now you have to pay more attention to the official in the way you do it. But I think before that second point is taken, if you're going to sell out and just go all out, put your head down and just go, and maybe you get the point taken away, maybe you don't. But now that it has happened, it's not even worth it. You didn't do enough to make losing that point worth what you did to lose it. So, I mean, you're that way, I mean, when you reach that point, you're really losing on both ends.
You do, and the judges have obviously got that to Lily Deacon in the blue corner by quite a margin now. 4 out of 5.
Right, and so now you see 4 out of 5 judges at ringside give that second round to the blue corner and Deacon. And as you notice, the same judge, who gave the first round to Velasquez and Team India, gave the second round to him as well. So something about what she is doing is really resonating with that one judge. But with that being said, we're still heading into the third round, with a significant deficit, facing the team from India.
Third and final round.
2 rounds down, 1 to go. Lily Deacon has just got a box nice and clever now, do lots of clean work, and she could potentially, or the way things are going, she will be going back to that changing room with the 4th gold medal for England today. And those at home in England who might not be watching this live will wake up in the morning and see that Team England have already had quite a successful night here in Colorado.
Absolutely. And then you see that straight left hand following that jab from Deacon, doing what you would expect her to do, box on the outside, like you say, nice and clean, you know, keeping Palasquale on the end of her punches and coasting to a gold medal if it stays the way that it is right now.
You can see Deacon is just keeping that distance now, inviting Palasquale of India in, and then most likely going to try and counter as she makes her entrance in that straight line, like so, but the two come together again. But at least there's work when they come together again. The referee doesn't mind that as much, but it's when there's just clinching with nothing happening. That's not what this is about.
It's not. And then when you see that Palasquale now coming in, you know, with her head up because she doesn't want to get that 3rd point deducted from her. She's an even better target now for that jab of Deacon.
Deacon just light on those toes in the southpaw stance with those 3 letters on her back representing England, and proud to be doing so, and at the moment cruising to another victory. And what a tournament it's been for her. As we go into the last 70 seconds here, the 3rd and final round. The jab just falls short there for Deacon. And Palasquale is trying to find a way in, but Deacon is boxing clever, slipping, sliding, bobbing and weaving, and just making sure that the woman from India doesn't land anything clean.
You know, that's exactly what she's doing. I think that's smart. You know, when we get close enough, then I think you do what she's doing right there, grab and hold. You see the official telling her, you know, not to grab and hold, and I would ignore the official and just keep doing it. I would not give that team from India and Palasquale anything that she can build on, anything to make her more confident as we're into the final 25 seconds of this championship.
The referee gives both fighters instructions to box on, and that's exactly what they do. But this is turned into a bit of a messy fight, and you can see that Lily Deacon of England is getting a bit frustrated in there, but just 10 seconds to go. And she will have her hand raised as champion of the world.
Under 19 at 70 kilograms. There you have it. It looks like England is going to take home another gold. I'm telling you, again, already a successful trip with the 3 golds that had already been won of the first 5 contests today. Now, here we are. Second contest of the second half of the day, and England looks like they're going to have their 4th, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4th gold medal. That's pretty impressive.
It's a very, very successful tournament for Team England indeed. As Lily Deacon just has her gloves removed, and she's got a positive look on her face.
I'm pretty positive too. You know, but it's exciting, you know, to get a chance to see these things.
Bout 7, the winner on points by split decision. In the blue corner from England, Lily Deacon.
Via split decision, and the way that you and I just looked at each other, we didn't expect that, did we?
We did not, and what we got was that same judge that awarded the first 2 rounds to the red corner did so in the 3rd, so that's where you get the split decision of 4-1. But it's okay, because you know what they call a man who graduates medical school with a D average? They call him doctor. The same way you're gonna call her champion. So it doesn't matter.
I'm having that one as well. There's 3 in the commentary vocabulary bank. Thank you very much. We'll work together again, I'm sure. Just keep renewing them.
You know, they call him doctor the same way we're going to call her champion.
Well, that was bout 7. We've got 3 more bouts to go, and we are going to be getting into the heavier weight categories in a moment. And when you get into the heavier weight categories, there's more opportunity and there's a more likely scenario of people getting stopped. And whether people want to admit it or not, if you ask every single person sat here in this convention centre about, what they want to see, is they want to see that explosiveness and they want to see that sort of action, don't
they? They do.
Scheduled in the male 85-kilogram division. The judges from Canada, Italy, Japan, India, and Ireland. The referee from Brazil, Michel Paulo. And now we introduce the boxers. In the red corner, from Kazakhstan, Daniel Reinbecko.
Well, it's pretty rare, David, that you see a fighter from Kazakhstan.
In the blue corner, from Wales,
who isn't good.
Daniel Thomas Pitt.
Well, speaking of Kazakhstan, right? Gennady Golovkin, Triple G will be around.
He's going to be here tomorrow. And here comes Daniel Thomas Pitt from Wales, who had a really tough fight in the semi-final and had to dig deep, as we showed you in the preview show, if you caught that before the action started. And this should be a good one. The skills and the slickness and the everything which the Kazakhs have against this man from Wales who digs deep and knows how to swim in deep water.
Right, well, I'll tell you, when you see a guy walk into the ring, like Pitt, that already has a bruise and a mouse under his eye. I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to get into a fight with a guy who already has, because you already know he is ready, willing, and able. It's like I don't want to park next to a car that's already dented, right? So they don't mind crashing their car. So I give them all the room they need.
What an analogy.
I give them the right of way. On the road, we're driving, you see a guy, he's trying to get over, and his car's already dented, I let him go. He doesn't mind hitting things. So no.
And that's exactly what we've got here. Well, in red we have Kazakhstan, Daniel Reinbecko, and then in blue, representing Wales, very proudly, Daniel Thomas Pitt. And a slow start here as they just try to work each other out, gauging that distance. Pitt in that southpaw stance, just trying to throw that jab and then try and makes his way in with those shots to the body, and he throws that straight left hand very well.
As you see the mouse on display there for Pitt. But if I am Reinbecko, that's exactly, I want to start slow like this. Not that I have time to waste, but you're in there with a taller guy who is a southpaw. So that's a lot to digest, so you want to collect a little data before we get to it.
Nice and light on the toes is Pitt, and Reinbecko just judging that distance as nicely as he possibly can. And that was clever from the man from Kazakhstan as Pitt made his way in. He kind of just held on to him on the referee's blind side and then landed a couple of shots to the body, but nothing which was going to cause Pitt any problems. Good straight right hand there from Reinbecko.
Exactly. Like I said, want to collect a little data. You don't want to take a round off, but you want to take a minute to see, exactly what you're going to get from Pitt. Again, the longer boxer, a southpaw, and then he moves a lot. He's on his toes a lot. So you really need to find out what you're working with when you get in there with a guy like this, especially if you're unfamiliar with him, you've never seen him before this week. And I think Reinbecko, making these adjustments, collecting this data on the fly, I think you see his output and production, tick up as this bout goes on.
You do, and that's one of the things which you get with these championships and with the Olympic amateur style of boxing is not like you can watch hours and hours of tapes of previous fights and so on and work them out. And a lot of the time you don't know who you're fighting until the day before. In a lot of these international tournaments, you've got to be ready and willing to fight anybody at any time. And that's why the really good ones at that are very successful. And we have 2 good ones here in the final from Wales and from Kazakhstan as well, as both fighters come together and the referee's going to have to split them up because it certainly wasn't enough action. But Raimbekov lunges in with that right hand but gets tied up again, and this isn't necessarily messy, is it? But we could put these 2 in a phone box and I reckon they'd still have a few feet of space around them, wouldn't they?
They would, and I tell you what, I like what Pitt is starting to do here in the latter stages of this first round. He picked up the offense toward the end of the round and landed some pretty big shots, and I actually thought he had Raimbekov in a little bit of trouble here, you know, along the ropes briefly. So we'll see what happens where he picks up in the second round. As you see the scores, 3 of the 5 judges at ringside give that first round to Pitt, and I think that is due in large part to what happened in the latter stages of that round. I thought Raimbekov, to that point, that straight right hand that you mentioned was the best punch of the round. I like the combination punching of Pitt and maybe doing a little bit better inside than you would expect from the taller boxer.
And what Rainbekov's corner, what I can tell by the body language and the shots which his corner team, Pitt's corner team were just showing him, was they were telling him to come underneath and throw that uppercut, because what Raimbekov does is he gets in, he invades the space, and that's where I believe the Welsh team think that they can catch him with those shots coming underneath the guard, especially when they're in on the clinch.
You know, maybe I saw something that maybe no one else saw, but I actually felt like, based on the way things were going at the end of that first round, that Pitt might actually have an opportunity to I don't know if I want to say stop, but let's say, you know, become much more dominant in this contest.
Close action once again, even though Pitt is throwing straight shots. He threw a double jab and then a straight left hand to the body there, but then he gets caught with a long right hook by Raimbekov. And the 2 of them become tangled up once again. But I don't necessarily think it's either of their faults. It's just the way that the fight is unfolding.
Well, I think when you have both boxers that are trying to show a certain degree of aggression, you're just going to have those times when we come together where we clinch, you know, and maybe the clash of heads, especially when you're talking about, you know, the conventional stance versus the southpaw stance. And then, of course, you know, the front foot gets tangled at times as well when you have those situations. So there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things happening in this contest. But right now, I like what Pitt is doing a little bit better.
I like the style of Pitt. He's got a bit of everything. He's not a one-trick pony, that's for sure. He can box from distance, but he's quite happy to get in there and box on the inside as well, as the 2 of them come together. And Pitt just takes a small step back with his left foot and then throws a straight left hand on his way out, which landed.
It seems like he's actually more comfortable boxing inside, and I don't know if that's just because of this particular matchup.
And that's quite strange, isn't it, for a rangy fighter as well?
He's passing up the opportunity to throw punches in range and rather choosing to get inside and do what he's doing right now. He's ahead on the cards after the first round, so I can't argue with his philosophy. You're getting the result that you're looking for in that regard, but at the same time, you know, maybe taking more of a risk than would need be. But if it ain't broke,
don't fix it.
Absolutely.
Well, we're going to the last 45 seconds here of the second round in this our 8th bout of the afternoon, going into the early evening by the time we finish this, and we've had some great matches so far.
And that's what I'm talking about right there. You saw the clinch holding on by Raimbekov. He absolutely could have gone down from that straight left hand from Pitt. And like I said, I didn't want to go so far as to say a stoppage, but I don't think it's off the table. He has connected well to the head of Raimbekov, and he does again right there.
And Pitt throwing those uppercuts when he was on the inside there, which looked like that was exactly the instruction from the Welsh corner team at the end of the first round. And that is the sound to symbolise the end of the second round. Let's see what the judges are saying in comparison to what we're saying.
Well, I think the judges agree with what we were just talking about. You see 10-9 on each of the 5 cards. So pitching a shutout in that second round is that blue corner, and Daniel Thomas Pitt. I thought he scored to the head well against Reinbekoff, and that straight left hand, I'm telling you, it wobbled the legs of Reinbekoff. He was a bit unsteady, and so he goes to the headlock to stop the action and to steady himself. Pitt not able to capitalize any further on that moment, but it looked a lot like the moment that happened toward the end of the first round, and I don't know how many more of those Reinbekoff is going to be able to withstand, but right now Pitt's looking pretty good.
He is, and the body language of Reinbekoff as we just look at him
Third and final round.
as we look at him on our monitor is he looks a bit frustrated, and Pitt comes out of his corner bouncing on his toes and raring to go, but the referee is just stopping the action for a moment. I think because he's just got so much water over him and there's a slip danger or slip risk there. But here we go, back to the action. And again, there's a bit of a push there, wasn't there, from Pitt?
It was, Pitt doing the, using the shoulder and forearm, to shove Reinbekoff away. But I think the fact that he went down on that shove, it wasn't anything that was necessarily egregious, but it tells you that I just don't believe that Reinbekoff is exactly as steady as you would like to be at this point. And I think this is the result of the accumulation of the damage that he has taken in this bout.
That was a really nice straight left down there from Pitt. It was textbook stuff, and just as Reinbekoff made his entrance on that straight line, he made him pay for it, straight down the middle on the nose, and that would have made his eyes water, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And then he touches him again right there as he backs away. And also, let's not underestimate the value of the amount of shoulder that Reinbekoff has taken from Pitt when he comes inside as well. When they come together, it's shoulder first. And if you pay attention to it, you'll see that Reinbekoff, has got popped quite a few times, with the right shoulder of Daniel Pitt.
He has, and just as you said that, another jab got through from Pitt, which landed on the logo of the head guard of Reinbekoff, and it snapped his head back. And every time you get caught with one of those, it's got to take a little bit of something out of you, hasn't it? Because every time if you're eating jabs, he's got to do psychologically something which damages your confidence in the way that you try to land going forward next time. But he's still in this fight, he's still going towards Pitt, but not having the success which he needs, in my opinion, to be getting the points on the scorecard, but walks straight into yet another straight left hand.
He does, and you're right, I agree with that maybe not having the success that he wants, but still boxing, still coming forward. He's still in this contest, and you can tell he hasn't decided, well, I've got the silver in the bank, so, hey, it's not going my way today, no big deal. That's not what he's doing. He is still coming forward, he's still engaging, and he's still trying to win this bout. And you have to have so much respect for Reinbekoff and that team for Kazakhstan.
Well, 30 seconds to go, and surely the man from Wales will become the under-19 men's 85 kilogram world champion. He'll go back to Wales with that medal. I think he will anyway.
Can you imagine the feeling that must be, coming, all the way here, from Wales, not the largest country in the world, you know what I'm saying? So you're not traveling with the same level of number of coaches and teammates and friends and family. And so you're almost on an island when you come to a tournament like this from a place like Wales. And for him to leave with the gold, can you imagine what that must feel like?
Well, we'll find out in a moment. But that semi-final which he had was extremely close. I was sat just a few feet away over there watching that one, and he looked a very, very happy man when he got the decision on that. So if he does end up getting this decision, he's probably going to jump and hit his head on that ceiling.
Well, he's going to get the decision. That's absolutely going to happen. And as you see, we may have added another bruise or two, to that handsome face, but it doesn't matter because he came, he saw, he conquered. He's going home with the gold.
Bout 8, the winner on points by unanimous decision the blue corner from Wales, Daniel Thomas Pitt.
Well done to Daniel Thomas Pitt. Yet again, another shutout. 5 judges give it to the blue corner once again, and he is the under-19s men's 85 kilogram world champion. A special night indeed.
Special night indeed. You saw the first round where 2 of the judges at ringside, gave that bout to the red corner and the team from Kazakhstan. Reinbekov off to a pretty decent start, but the adjustments that were made, by the team from Wales and just getting on the gas really, and Reinbekov just not being able to keep up. It became a bit of a war of attrition, and at that point it wasn't very close. Pitt just did a great job of imposing his will on Reinbekov, getting inside, boxing in an area where you wouldn't expect a taller boxer to want to be, but the success cannot be denied. Congratulations to Team Wales. You have a world champion at under 19.
And I think you made a really good point earlier on about Wales being a small country, and it is a small country,
right.
And it's also a very rural country as well. Right. There's just a lot of land and not a lot of, like in terms of population in comparison to the USA.
Exactly.
The fact that he's here and he's in his weight category, he's gone on to win gold. That is some achievement.
Absolutely. I mean, when you think about it, not just coming here to the U.S., but competing against boxers from the U.S. and every other country that's so much larger than Wales.
Female 75 kilogram division. The judges from Chinese Taipei, Japan, Ireland, Brazil, and Italy. The referee from Canada, Edward Blanchard. And now the boxers. In the red corner from Germany, let it go, Simone.
You gotta love the smile on Simone as she comes to the ring right there.
She ran to the ring as well.
She did. I mean, when you box someone that happy.
In the blue corner from India, Krisha Verma.
This is the 6th time tonight India have made their way to the ring for a gold medal bout.
This is the one.
This is a 6th medal.
This is
the 6th
the one.
time. This is the one.
This is the one. This is the one. I'm going on record right now. I'm calling.
You're a brave man.
Mark it down. You can write it in ink. I'm putting it on right now. This is the one. This is the one.
And this is the second fighter in from Germany tonight, so the fact that they've got 2 fighters in the final as well is a big achievement and something which all German boxing fans, I'm sure, will be super proud of.
Absolutely. And again, the pride for country is one of the things that really stands out when it comes to tournaments such as these versus others. Even as a kid, watching the Super Bowl and the World Series and things like that, I always enjoyed it. But none of that compared to how much I enjoyed watching the Olympics and seeing our athletes go and compete against everyone.
Yeah, the Olympics is the pinnacle, isn't it? That is the mountaintop.
It is a true world champion. The entire world had a tournament, and we won. That's incredible.
Yeah, that is incredible.
And India's getting this one. I'm calling it.
He's called it. He said it. Well, the action will be underway in just a moment. Both fighters having their headgear put on and their mouthpieces put in, and the referee's just checking everything's okay. And then we will get to business. Simone from Germany and Verma from India. India in here for the 6th time today.
What do you think the pep talk was like with Team India
Wow.
during that break with
What
the
a
medal
question.
ceremony and now coming into the second half of today's action? What was that like?
I'd like to have been a fly on the wall.
This is the one.
Let's see if he's right. Well, here we go. Germany in red, India in blue, and Germany coming straight out. Simone with a 1-2 and throwing some pretty fierce punches to the blue helmet of Verma from India. And you got quite, if those punches land, they're going to hurt.
There are some serious bad intentions, seriously bad intentions on the punches that are being thrown in the ring right now.
And Simone from Germany, she just got this smile on her face as she walks towards Verma and tries to land her punches.
Well, it's the way she walked to the ring. She sprints to the ring
She
with,
ran,
with a smile on her face, and then you can hear the Germany chant starting to, build in the background. They want this gold medal.
Well, Verma just landed a good jab which snapped the head back of Simone. And time out for a second. Something's gone wrong here, I think, with the head guard of Verma.
And you see Simone in that neutral corner waiting again, with a smile somewhat on her face. Seems to be really enjoying, what she is getting the opportunity to do here as a part of this under-19 World Championship.
Well, she certainly means business as she just ran out of that corner in the same way that she ran to the ring. But Verma just planted a 1-2 straight on the logo of her head guard. And the two yet again become tangled up, and the referees just having a quiet word about the holding. And this is becoming a bit of an untidy bout very quickly as we go into nearly the last minute of the first round.
I like what I'm seeing from both boxers. Again, it's one of those situations where each corner can like some of the things that they're seeing their boxer do. But in terms of the opportunity for India to get their first gold in this tournament, I like the way Verma looks right now.
Verma just shoves off Simone and then just lands a right hand in the process of doing so to say, hey, you ain't going to be chucking me around, and here's one for the road.
Big right hand barely misses the chin of Verma right there. That could have changed the entire complexion of this contest. Simone throws. I mean, she means business when she's throwing that right hand.
Simone with her head down, but she just finds herself on the ropes there and then gets caught with a 1-2 from Verma, but then returns with her own right hand to the chest of Simone.
I like the body shot that happened in that last exchange from Verma as well. I think she's mixed up her offense enough in this first round. I think we're going to like what the judges have to say.
Well, let's see what they have said about this round.
All 5 judges at ringside called that first round for the blue corner and Team India in the form of Krisha Verma. So off to a good start. I'm calling it. They're going to get that first one.
You're sticking with it? I'm
sticking with it. I mean, I'm off to my prediction is looking pretty good so far after this first round. Now the question becomes what kind of adjustments are going to be made. Simone didn't have a bad first round, but didn't do enough to get the nod on the judges' scorecard. And now you see a great shot of Simone, and that smile is now gone, as you can see that she now means business. And I love the way she is taking in everything that her coaches, are saying to her in that corner. Now let's see what happens, what adjustments are going to be made, and let's see if Verma can keep up what she started in round 1.
What do you think the German corner would have said to Simone? What does she need to do a bit more of in this second round?
Well, I think she needs to be a little more aggressive, and she's allowing too much of this right here. She's allowing Verma to get in close, and it's resulting in them just being tied up, and they're wasting time. Like you said, it's become an untidy bout, and that has not served Simone well in this contest. And as you see Verma go to the head, scoring on Simone now from the outside, and if that starts to happen, if she's not going to make something happen on the inside and then take punches like that from the outside, it's going to start looking pretty easy for Verma and Team India.
And what we're seeing already in the first 40 seconds of this second round is Verma is landing straight shot after straight shot. She must have landed 4 or 5 decent straight right hands in the jabs which followed beforehand, which set those right hands up. And the judges are seeing those even clearer than we are, because they're even closer than what we are. But Verma light on her toes now, has Simone just tries to grab hold of her, but throws her right hand back of her own, and she just is sticking her toes into the canvas and just trying to throw with as much oomph as she possibly can, is Simone. But Verma is taking these shots well, ties her up, and then just needs to create the space, doesn't she, to get her work off?
She does, and and if I'm that red corner and Simone, I'm begging her to be first. She's allowing Verma to get close and then let her hands go early, and so now Simone is boxing from behind in these exchanges. As you see again right there, Simone needs to up her output, but she also needs to start earlier. She can't wait to get invited to this fight. She's got to send out the invitation.
Well, we go into the last minute here of the second round. And that was another good 1-2 from Krisha Verma from India.
And now you see the blood in the mouth of Simone as a result of those straight punches that you're saying that are landing to the head, of Simone. As you can see, a very good shot of it right there. Simone, taking those shots again straight
She's
to the face.
eating those 1-2s now, isn't she?
Absolutely
Over and
is.
over again is Simone.
She is. So, I mean, if you're not going to do it from the outside, then do it from the inside. But right now, she hasn't made a choice and decided what she's going to do. And what she's doing, ultimately, is she's sort of just languishing in no man's land, and Verma's having her way.
Simone started the first round, the first part of the first round, in a much better way, I found. But it seems that she's not necessarily been found out, but what she's doing isn't working. And it's not going to work anytime soon. So it seems anyway, but that might change because this is boxing and it's an unpredictable sport.
Well, with 21 seconds left in this second round, I don't know how much is going to change before the bell rings. The question is going to be what is going to be different from the first round, from the second round to the third round, because not much changed from the first round to the second round. And there, as you saw that, not a knockdown, but being called on the shove, but basically that it didn't take very much to get Simone to the canvas with that little bit of a push. And so that tells me that she's a bit unsteady. Those wheels are a little bit shaky. I don't know if you fix that between rounds.
No, there's a lot to change. And I imagine in the third round she will come out all guns blazing and she will really go for it. But there we go, another straight set of 10s for Krisha Verma from India, and she is cruising to this gold medal. And you've got a very smug look on your face.
That is the look of confidence, Darren. That is what that is. That is a man, who's willing to lay it on the line and stand by what he says. Mean what I say and say what I mean. And I told the world, literally, because the world is participating here, in this in the 2024 Under-19 World Championships. People are watching from around the world, and they heard it, that I said that this would be the one that India would get it. Imagine the reception that Verma is going to receive, when she leaves that ring, if things stay the way they are right now.
Well, one round to go and things could change. By no means is Simone going to win this on the cards now, but I imagine she is. If she's got the energy, if she's got something left in the tank, she's just going to go for it. And that's exactly what she's doing. But Verma knew that was going to be the case, and she's going to box clever on that back foot and counter punch. And that 1-2, beautiful, over and over again. There it is a third time.
We might get our first standing 8 count of the day, Darren, if this keeps up the way it is right now. You see the official taking a very concerned posture.
And 3 times she threw that 1-2, and 3 times it landed on Simone from Germany. And I think Simone is just exhausted now. And there it is again. It's just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which is exactly what you said earlier on. And that's it. There's the 8 count. Have you got the lottery numbers for tomorrow night?
Stick with me, Darren. Stick with me. And with just under 2 minutes to go in the contest, we might be looking at something a little bit more important than the first standing 8 count. We could be looking at our first stoppage, of the day, if she takes, a few more of those 1-2s that are landing pretty cleanly right now to the head, of Simone.
Well, it's been a pretty tough few minutes for Simone from Germany, and she's still got a minute and 30 seconds, half of this round left, as she gets caught again with a 1-2 and then followed up with a lead hook. And again, 3 shots thrown, 3 shots landed, and another 1-2 landed once again. And it's got to be pretty demoralising stuff for the woman from Germany, because she is giving it everything she's got. You can see that. By no means has she given up. She's still walking forward. She's still throwing the shots, but she's just getting caught over and over again.
Being literally beat to the punch, in this contest. But again, it's her ability, to keep coming forward and keep trying that you have to admire about this contest, not thinking to herself, you know what, I've got the silver, I'm not winning this, and get off the gas or what have you. But that's not what she's doing. She's still trying, still coming forward. The only problem is she's still getting caught with those 1-2s from Vernon.
She is, and you've got to admire that persistence. You've got to admire that even though she knows she's losing this, and she's losing it by a long, long way, that she keeps walking forward. But Verma just walking around, keeping her distance, throwing those straight shots, and just making sure that she doesn't walk into anything which is going to cause her any problems.
When she hears that 10-second mark here right now, she knows it's hers.
That's it, just boxing on the back foot and just finish this in style. That's all she's got to do, and she will be, and she is, the under-19 women's 75 kilogram world champion. And India, on the 6th attempt of trying tonight, well, you called it.
I did call it. Confidently I called it, and there you have it. But, now when you're thinking about, Team India, even though they've had a great tournament, obviously, why they have so many people in the finals, and even though they're having a great day, you're still having a great day because of the fact that you're winning these silver medals. But now you have that gold to go along with those. Now think about how much that changes the complexion of the day for them right now.
Completely. And the news back home as well, it'll be welcome news. That not just the gold, just all of it as well is. It's a huge achievement.
Let the nation rejoice. I mean, this is awesome. Now we're talking about the medal count now. See, now India will talk about the medal count.
Cool. If you're looking at the medal table.
That's right. So what they've been able to do is nothing short of remarkable.
In championship bout 9, the winner on points by unanimous decision in the blue corner from India, Risha.
Well, look at those scores.
She didn't
not only unanimously in that 3rd round, but you see one judge giving a 10-8. Very impressed with what happened. Yeah. And I got to tell you, I'm surprised that there weren't a couple more 10-8s in that 3rd round. Because she was really giving it to her.
It was an extremely dominant performance, wasn't it?
It was. We talked about earlier, in the day what Elijah Lugo was able to do. And at that point, we talked about how that was the most dominant victory that we had seen, until this. This is now, as far as today goes, the most dominant win, on the card.
You're right. So what will we see in our last bout of today's finals? Because this is the men's 90+ kilos, and it's the Republic of Korea versus England.
Well, I tell you what, one of the things that you can enjoy if you're fortunate enough to sit ringside the way we are, get good seats, at a boxing event where you can really feel what's going on inside of the ring, that's great. But when you have boxers this size get in the ring, you can hear those punches reverberate throughout the arena. It is absolutely different. Size does matter, and let me tell you, when guys this big are in there throwing the leather, it is a different game. It just sounds different, it looks different, and there are some talented guys about to get in the ring, and your guy Atang is one of the best.
From India, Chinese Taipei, Canada, Italy, and Lithuania. The referee from Brazil, Michel Paulo. And now we introduce the boxers. In the red corner, from Republic of Korea, Lee Gun-hyo.
from from the Republic of Korea, sorry.
In the blue corner, from England, Leo Tang.
He had a bit of a menacing look on him as he walked to the ring.
He did, you know, and he's going to need that look because there's a guy coming to the ring that, according to every confirmed and alleged expert, will tell you that this kid has a bright future.
He certainly does. There's a lot of noise about him, and the noise is good and it's positive, and he's someone who is doing a good job, a very good job. And we'll see what he's about in just a moment.
You know, but in there with Kyung-Hoo Lee, he's got to know who he's in there with, right? So there will be no surprises about who's in that other corner. I'm sure that team from the Republic of Korea is well aware of all the newspaper clippings and the accolades, you know, and all the interviews that everyone wants to do, you know, with this handsome young boxer, you know, who has a lot of power to spare. And, you know, stoppages are exciting, right?
And no pressure, but this could be England's 5th gold medal today.
It could be. You know, I mean, England quietly dominating these finals right now.
Exciting time. Well, here we go. He from the Republic of Korea versus a Tang from England. A Tang in the blue. So it just comes out and very relaxingly just pops that jab out, and that's the second jab which is landed in 15 seconds.
He threw a looping left hand that got in to the head of Atang, that Atang seemed to ignore, and then just went back to throwing the jab. Both boxers seem to be pretty confident here in the early stages, you know, of this bout. We'll see who does the first thing that gives their opponent something to think about.
Look at Atang go there, just a flurry of punches, and already in the first 50 seconds we've got an 8 count there.
You see the standing 8 count being administered, you know, to E. He found himself in the corner, not where you want to be against a guy with the power and range of Atang, and now he's taking punishment in the center of the ring, and I think we already see that Atang feels like he can stop this contest.
He does, and he just threw a whipping left hook which just sent the head of E's flying back, and then he just kind of outrageously he's just swinging like he's bowling a cricket ball, and I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see yet another standing 8 count, and this fight could be stopped in the first round.
I tell you what, when Atang is in the ring, you know, tell the valet driver, don't bury it, I won't be in here very long. You know, bring the car around. And it looks like, you know, that's the direction that we could be going as we see the punishment being administered to E right now. And there's another standing 8 count. And I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the writing, as they say, the proverbial writing is on the wall. And there
it is, and there it is. Leo Atang of England wins the under-19 men's 90-plus kilogram gold medal. It didn't take him long to do it. It was target practice. Every punch which he threw landed with some conviction as well, and all the stuff which we had said beforehand, and the stuff which many people had said, which we had said in the build-up, there it is. There it is. The proof is in the pudding.
You know, and here's the thing. When you think about where we are right now in this conversation and what we're talking about, congratulations to, you know, to Atang and what he was able to do, you know, but let's think about this competition. Right? The best in the world at under 19 here in Colorado.
Contest. The winner by RSC in the blue corner from England, Leo.
So the best in the world traveling here to Colorado to take part in this. And so you see a guy, you know, from the Republic of Korea in Yi Jong-hui making it to the finals. He is going to get on that podium and get a silver medal. And look at the distance between him and Atang.
The level is insane, isn't it?
That is crazy to think that he takes a legitimate silver medal winner, a silver medal winner, and outdistances him in that regard. Right? It's like running with Usain Bolt. You know, you're running with the best boxers in the world, but for some reason this guy, you know, is just that much farther ahead of the guy who's going to get the silver medal. That's what you saw just then with Atang. That is a scary proposition for everyone else at that weight.
It will be very interesting to see how Leo Atang does when he comes up against somebody, and there will be some of them at points in his career in world championships and European championships, and as he goes along, and how he deals with people who are better than who he's just been in there with.
Right.
Because that is when you find out how good these kids really are, isn't it?
Well, I mean, obviously the level of competition can change, you know, from one day to another, from one round to another. But, you know, you can only play who's on your schedule, right? And so you have boxers from around the world. We talked about, you know, earlier we talked about, you know, the team from Wales, right? You know, so a lot of smaller countries, you know, made that journey here to test their mettle against the best in the world. That's what Atang did as well. He got in there with the guy who made it, right? You know, so it's that thing. He got in the ring with the guy who made it. He did enough to get in here, you know, on this day, championship day. So we take nothing away, you know, from Yi. We just understand that in this contest on today, there's just not much that he could do against a guy like Atang.
No, there wasn't. And everything which Atang needed to do, he did, and he did it very well. He's got the foundations, he's got the speed, and the fact that the weight he's fighting at, and then the speed and the fluency as he kind of glides across the ring, and then unleashes a barrage of really, really nasty punches, one after another. Right. He's a dangerous person to be in with, isn't he?
He is. And when you think about the fact, and again, I don't want to sound like I'm banging on Yi right now, but when you think about the one punch that I of note that I can recall that he did land in this contest was that looping left hand, you know, to the head of Atang that Atang just seemed to ignore and just walk right through. And so, you know, when you consider that in that moment, if you're watching that, if you're in that corner with Yi, you're thinking to yourself, man, I don't know if there's anything we can do today.
Yeah.
And when you put your opponent in that position,
right? Yeah.
When you put your opponent in that position, that is a tough place to be. And then now let's think about the future, because still we're talking about under 19s. These are not adults that are boxing that we've seen this week, right? And so they may be adult size, but they're not adults. So now let's picture, you know, Atang and these other boxers, you know, with a couple of more years of training and seasoning, you know, and now imagine what that young man becomes. You know, it's a fun proposition for the world of boxing, but for us who get to watch it from this vantage point, you know, it's great, right?
Massive privilege. Well, Leo Atang was fantastic, but he wasn't the only person who was fantastic. There were many very good fighters in there tonight. And there were many very good fighters who come out of there with a silver medal. Right. But any highlights for you from what we saw today?
Man, I mean, there was so much. You know, I loved it all. I mean, if we just go down the list, you know, we started out with Ruby White from England, setting the tone not only for the day. Imagine the pressure, you know, to come out and be in the first bout. I think that's something that's overlooked at times when we talk about things like this. You know, it's one thing, you know, to be back there with your team to get ready, but to be the first one to walk out, right? You know, to go through the door, right? The first one, you know, and so that says a lot for her to be able to come out and perform the way she did and set the tone for Team England, and then look at what they were able to do today. You can't overlook that.
She got the ball rolling, didn't she?
Absolutely.
And it would be really easy for me, being English, to pick out the 5 English fighters who all won gold medals. Right. But I'm going to pick out 2 fighters from Team USA who were really impressive today. Elijah Lugo, who is seriously no nonsense, isn't it?
You know, I mean, I'll say it again.
I've never seen anything like it. He like hunts his prey in the ring, and then
he does.
When he gets to him, he doesn't let go.
He is relentless. And again, I love what he said. You know, again, he says international amateur boxing owes the Lugo family a debt. And I am going to collect on it.
Come to collect
it. That is incredible. I love that. And you see it in his face. And what I really enjoy about him is that it's not make-believe, right? You have guys, not to knock him, you have guys like a Floyd Mayweather that became a bad guy and it was good for marketing, right? You know, and I'm not saying Lugo is a bad guy or anything like that, but I'm saying the personality that you're seeing is Elijah Lugo. So it's not make-believe, right? It's who he is, and there's an authenticity that he operates with that I find refreshing. And that's one of the things that's so fun about him.
And the other one, which the name keeps jumping off of the page to me, and I can't stop thinking of the Sugar Ray Robinson element, is Patricio. He's like super slick and like one of the most relaxed boxers I've ever seen, you know, live in the flesh.
You know, and if you ever had an opportunity to see them out of the ring, it's the same thing. They're such a fun group of people to be around, not just the Patricio family, but the group of boxers and families that come out from Hawaii to participate in these tournaments and support, you know, their loved ones. It's great. It's always great. Just the atmosphere around them is always so warm and welcome and inviting. And then at the end of the day, the thing that may be most impressive about them is that when you talk to them, you get an opportunity to interview them or just whatever the case may be, they always start and end by saying thank you to their higher power. And I think that's something special that you can, if you can do it, you know, and your faith is something that you wear on your sleeve, I think that's pretty nice too.
I agree, and we mentioned it at the start of the show, so for those of you who weren't with us a few hours ago when we started, but I want to just say again, like, how impressed I am, and I know you are as well, with the support which the families and the friends have shown when they've come across all the way here to Colorado to watch their fighters. It's quite something, isn't it?
It's an underappreciated aspect of amateur boxing as a whole, and that is the role that the family plays in making this happen. And I think if you have individuals who really get an opportunity to come out to the arena and not just watch what's happening in the ring and on the competition floor, just look around the arena and see the families, the mothers, the fathers, and the aunts and uncles and grandparents and brothers and sisters and those things that are all here helping support the dreams of their loved ones. I think is great. You know, but we got that medal ceremony coming up.
We have some dreams have been made. Thank you so much for joining us. It's not the end of the show. The medal ceremony is going to take place, so we're going to pass over and you can enjoy that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here. We are about to award our finalists and give medals to these deserving boxers who have displayed their talent all week long. So, yeah, can we get a round of applause just for everybody right here, right now, for participating in the 2024 World Under-19 Championships. And first, we are going to present medals to the male 80-kilogram division. And here to present the medals is the National Boxing Federation of the Kyrgyz Republic, Umbitali Karadali. And presenting the bronze medalist from Germany, Sofian Busy. And also the bronze medal for the Czech Republic goes to Adam Kanya. And the 80-kilogram male silver medalist from Latvia, Nikita Prohovskis. And ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 World Boxing Under-19 male 80-kilogram gold medalist from the USA, Elijah Lugo. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And here to present the awards to the female 70 kilogram division is the Boxing of New Zealand Vice President, Miss Trish Hudson Howie. And the bronze medal from India, oh, excuse me, the bronze medal from Italy goes to Giulia Molinaro. And the female 70 kg silver medalist from India, Akansha Panaspal. And ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 World Boxing Under 19 Women's 70 kilogram gold medalist goes to Lily Deacon of England. Much, ladies. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the medals to the male 85 kilogram finalist. Here to present the medals is the World Boxing Sports and Competition Committee member, Pavel Hennig. The bronze medals go to Aryan of India. And also from the Republic of Korea, Si Mi-soo. And ladies and gentlemen, the silver medalist from Kazakhstan, Danya Raimbeko. And the 2024 World Boxing Under 19 male 85 kilogram gold medalist from Wales, Daniel Thomas Pitts. Congratulations, gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the medals to our women's 75-kilogram finalists. And here to present the awards, the president of the Finnish Boxing Federation, Ms. Kirsi Korpaios. Our two bronze medalists from New Zealand, Nika Perez. And from Canada, Geraldine Castillo. And the silver medalist from Germany, Ledika Simone. And ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 World Boxing Under 19 Women's 75-kilogram gold medalist from India, Krisha Verma. Congratulations, ladies. And now we're going to present the awards to the male 90-plus kilogram division. And here to present those awards is the CEO of England Boxing, Jerome Hells. Ladies and gentlemen, our bronze medalist from India, Lakshay Rathi. And from Italy, Vincenzo Guido. And the male 90-plus kilogram silver medalist from the Republic of Korea, Lee Gong-hil. And the 2024 World Boxing Under 19 male 90-plus kilogram gold medalist from England, Leo Attain. Congratulations, gentlemen, and everyone. That concludes Championship Day 1 of the 2024 World Boxing Under-19 Championships. We will see you all tomorrow at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for Championship Day 2 of 2. See you tomorrow, everybody, for more World Boxing.